Let me actually join my buddy and see what he's doing. Oh, he's currently away, damn. Whip me, please. Okay, where's that other kid at? Nice. What's up, Redemption? Now, I don't know what those kids were doing, but they're not cool. That last stream I just had, I had to make it freaking go away. Deleted it. Not really, but you know. They just started spamming the N word for no reason, and yeah, I don't like that stuff. That's not cool. You want a sky base, and then you don't really want a sky base. It's just like, what the heck are you doing? Not even trying to win. It's like they just mess it around, and they think that's cool. Like, oh, look at this! I did this to this dude. Wow. Uh, it is what it is, though. Man, I had 16 views on that thing, though. Hey, bad news is good news, so whatever they want to put out there, that's just better for me. Because I'll just be like, I didn't do it. I know I didn't do it. I got the proof right here. They're just trolling kids. They can have fun, do whatever the if they want. Do not really care. They probably can't even play a good game of chess. But yeah, bad news is good news for me. Make me famous overnight. That'd be cool. And I'll be like, Those guys are just crazy guys. They're just trolling. Subscribe to me. Like and subscribe. That was not me, that was them. They must be really, really bored. I don't know why they think they could scare me, though. I've had guns in my face. Right in my face. And I wasn't scared. I just walked right past that person. I'm like, oh, you got a gun? Cool. Bye. I don't even give a crap. And then I walked right back in front of the gun and I was just like, what? What you gonna do with it? Nothing. That's what I thought. Man, I should be dead so many times. That's not even funny. It's like, when somebody's got a shotgun in your face and you don't get scared and then you walk right back into their house because, you know, you're fucking their daughter. And you left your cell phone in there, so you have a cell phone, and you're like, man, I care about my cell phone more than I do my life. And yeah, that's me. Tark MAGA activated. Joe Rogan delivers JFK Jr.'s chilling message to deep state. What?
Let's get into it. Still Not For Sale podcast. Coach Colin here. We got Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, and they're talking about something very interesting, okay? Firstly, what Joe Rogan touches on is a chilling message from RFK Jr. Now, that's the main thing that this is about. And I'm going to be showing you a bunch of clips from RFK Jr. because it went from what is RFK going to be doing to this is what he has been promised by President Trump. There's no more debate. This is what he's doing. And it's crazy. Now, what they're also going to talk about is something interesting that Theo Vaughn touches on, Rogan touches on as well, is not feeling like you're part of America, feeling unheard by the current administration for these past 4 years, which I think a lot of people can relate to. And I like the way Theo actually breaks it down. You know, he has a lot of moments where he is very articulate. Let's get into the Rogan clip first, and we'll go into the rest.
So I'm either going to lose my bland from to here or to here.
Right, like where am I going now? Like,
Yeah.
what am I doing? You know, and you don't hear anything about it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just,
only
we
one.
looked it up once. There was a time where the government accidentally oversent money to Ukraine. They sent them $6 billion they should have sent.
Yeah.
So we looked up how much would it have cost to rebuild every house in Maui from the fires. It's $5 billion. So the extra money that they accidentally
They could have
sent to
sent there.
Ukraine, they could have sent there and rebuilt every house and had $1 billion left over.
But
But we give you $700.
Unreal.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Like, if you want us to pretend that we're all on the same team, you got to treat us all like we're on the same team. You can't like be throwing all this money into Ukraine, and then there's places in America that suck, and you're not doing anything to help these folks. Like,
yeah,
that's
it's just
nuts.
yeah. And people will say like, well, your tax dollars don't affect it, but at a certain point, it's not even about this. It's just like, do you not like? If I'm an American and I'm contributing to this business by being an American and being part of the system, does the system not care about me, you know? But I guess everybody thinks about that in different ways, so.
well, I think whenever
I
you
don't
have
know,
a
man.
system,
I'm out of my mind.
System's a bunch of people, and so when you have a bunch of people, an enormous amount of people, it's too many people to think about as individuals. You think about it as numbers, and that's like the sort of sociopath version of a government. They just think of you as a number.
Yeah. But when people start to lose their like, if you start to lose your sense of being an American, then you start to, that's big for a lot of people, right? Like, so then it's a sense of purpose, right? One of the senses of purpose is I feel like that we get, or like having a job, having a family, or somebody that loves you or that you love, or having, being a part of a country, right? Being a part of a fabric of a society.
Right.
And when those things start to erode, some of those things, and if you don't have any other ones to back it up, then people get really rogue, you know?
Well, they get rogue, especially if they've been told by the mainstream media forever that if one side wins, you're going to be in a right-wing fascist dictatorship.
Yeah,
that
pisses me
that
off. I
should
don't
be
understand that. That should be a crime.
It should be. Well, it's at the very least, it's like slanderous. Like that's not. It's not true. You can't back that up. That's not true. Like you're saying something that we have evidence of 4 years of him being a president and not doing that.
And what does fascist mean?
Let's look up the actual definition. But there's a bunch of different versions of it. It's usually connected to a right-wing authoritarian ideology and the power of the state over people. And it gets twisted around a lot because it's also, you could also say it's fascist to impose certain ideas on people, demand certain speech, which would make a lot of left-wing people fascist as well. Far-right authoritarian and utilitarian ultra-nationalist political ideology and movement characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in natural social hierarchy, subordination of individual interests for the perceived good of the nation or race, and strong regimentation of society and economy opposed to anarchism, democracy, pluralism, egalitarianism, liberalism, socialism, and Marxism. Fascism is placed on the far right wing within the traditional left-right wing spectrum.
Who's doing all that?
No one is. So it's like, it's a bullshit term that you're throwing on a guy who has a different political philosophy than you. Put it back up again, please. It's like, there's real fascists in the world. There's really dangerous people. That guy's not. He's got a big ego. He says ridiculous things.
Who are you talking about?
Trump. He doesn't behave like a guy that you think of in a traditional sense of being the president. But
no, he just seems like just an older guy who kind of likes being Donald Trump.
I think he loves being Donald Trump, but I think he's got some good ideas that a lot of businessmen agree with.
Well, I think you need a businessman to do this. It's not a. We don't live in this Care Bear world anymore. Our politics, it's become a dirty business.
Yeah.
So I think you want a businessman in there. Like, I don't care if somebody's attitude. Can the guy do business? That's who because it's all business now. Like it's been sold out. It's like I don't feel like it's this. I don't know. Does that make any sense, dude? Sorry, dude. I'm having a day, man.
Don't apologize. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it is business.
But it's like you want a shrewd businessman. I don't need Mary Poppins in there, right?
Right.
I don't need somebody to tell me everything's okay. I need I need somebody to make our food safe. I need somebody to make our streets safe.
Right.
And that's all I really need. Like,
right.
I feel like if I'm paying taxes, then those are the things that I should expect that my FDA and then my police department, which I'm paying for, are going to be able to make sure that I can raise a family and raise them healthily and make it home from work to see my children. I feel like I don't have any children yet, but I already feel, that's what I feel like people want. I don't care about anything else.
Yeah, I think most people feel the same way. They just want to be safe and happy. RFK Jr. tweeted something. See if we can find that.
Well, Adam McKay had a great tweet.
But RFK tweeted like a message to.
What did he send me yesterday?
What is it? The RFK one?
Yeah, it's long, right?
Yeah. What's the matter, bro?
We're having the worst day today, man.
I got it right here if you want to check on it.
Sorry, being a downer.
No, you're not being a downer. But you keep.
Wasn't it?
I'm sorry, man.
Look at that. FDA's war on public health is about to end. This includes its aggressive suppression of psychedelics, peptides, stem cells, raw milk, hyperbaric therapies, chelating compounds, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, vitamins, clean food, sunshine, exercise, nutraceuticals, and anything else that advances human health and can't be patented by pharma. If you work for the FDA and are a part of this corrupt system, I have two messages for you. Number one, preserve your records, and number two, pack your bags. Whoa. That's what's crazy about Trump winning. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing. I
then you got
this.
people like Tulsi. That's the type of person you want. Congresswoman for 8 years, like impeccable character. And then you've got Vivek, who's a genius. You got J.D. Vance, who's brilliant as well.
Oh, he's great.
So you have a bunch of good people with him this go around.
Well, yeah, it's like
we gotta get people off each other's necks, man. That's what we gotta do. We gotta get people to stop attacking each other. It's so crazy.
Well, I felt a sense of even after the election was over, I felt like everything just felt kind of calm.
Yeah, well, it's a team thing, dude. it's like your team lost. It really is. It's these people that are super addicted to politics. They're like people who don't follow sports.
Yeah.
They've never played any games. This is the way they compete. They compete for the most important thing, like who gets to dictate the tone of the country.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I've never expected politics to have any effect on my life. You know, even when I was a kid, I didn't. You know, my mom told us don't ever depend on the government for anything. Yeah.
Shout out to Theo's mom. Damn right. Damn right. My mom would say the same thing. Straight up. My dad too, actually. Man. Theo Vaughn, I'm telling you, man, he lays it down sometimes. Like, Theo Vaughn has this way about him where he is famous. He's Theo Vaughn, right? He's selling out places. He's friends with Joe Rogan. You know, he interviews Trump. He knows J.D. Vance. Like, he's famous. And I think one day he's going to have the #1 podcast, just if his podcast keeps going the way it's going. But at the same time, more so than Joe even, he has this way about him where he's just a regular dude. Like, what he just said is how every American feels. Where they're like, I don't care. I just need the things that I need. I need the country to run. I pay taxes. I'm expecting this, and I just want this. And you're not going to make me feel, joy and this and that. I don't care about all these things that Kamala Harris was running on. You know? I love the fact that he said that, but getting more into RFK, that was the tweet. That is a chilling tweet. Preserve your records and pack your bags. That's like you're getting fired, and worse, some of you might go to jail. Like right now, right as soon as he said preserve your records, there was probably someone in all these little places where he has to go, these organizations, these agencies, where they were just like Joker and Batman. They were just like, light it all, just big stacks of papers, just light it on fire. I don't care. You want to know? You want to know where I got all this money? You want to know, Batman? I won't tell you. That's what's happening right now. They're villains and they're running for their lives, for sure. But let's get into what RFK is actually going to be doing for Trump, because for a while, we all knew that he'd be working for Trump. We all knew that he'd be in the administration. We all knew that he wouldn't really have a title, and he still kind of doesn't. But he's been promised already by Trump to be able to do things like this.
President Trump has asked me to reorganize the federal health agencies, the agencies that have a portfolio that affects human health, which is CDC, NIH, FDA, as well as some of the agencies within the United States Department of Agriculture. He's asked me to clean up the corruption, number one. Number two, end the conflicts of interest. Return those agencies to their rich tradition of gold standard, empirically based, evidence-based science, evidence-based medicine, and to end the chronic disease epidemic in this country. And he's asked me specifically to measurably reduce chronic disease in our children within 2 years. Okay.
Wild, absolutely amazing. Which means, Chris Cuomo, if you go back to mainstream media, you're not going to get those same type of dollars that you were getting before for lying to people, straight up. But yeah, CDC, NIH, FDA, and also he hasn't mentioned USDA as well. It's just absolutely incredible. A lot of people were hoping he'd be head of the CIA and things like that. He might have a hand in cleaning some of that up. He's definitely going to be looking deep into the JFK records for sure. But, having those agencies under control, that saves us from what we went through a few years ago. And you know exactly what I mean. And that saves us. Because if they start looking at science properly, then they're not going to do that. Also, something that he mentioned was a revolving door that currently takes place. I don't know if you guys know this, but you could have a job at the FDA and you could leave. You could pass. This is what you see happen. They pass a bunch of things. This is okay for this pharmaceutical company and this and that. And then that person who did that in the FDA just because out of the goodness of their heart, and they just thought it was the right thing to do, all of a sudden goes and works at like Pfizer or Moderna and gets a high-paying job. And then sometimes they go, you know what? Going back to the FDA. It's like, what? And that's going to stop. That's going to stop. Because obviously RFK, like, that's the thing that's going to have to, it has to stop happening. That's probably the biggest reason we're at where we're at in regards to health. Because there are people who just, FDA into the government into here, like, they just keep going back and forth, and they go back and forth with all this information and all these connections. President Trump actually suggested in when he was talking about censorship that there needs to be a cooling off period for people who are in things like the CIA before they go and work for like a social media company. There has to be a cooling off period so their information is stale, basically. And that type of thing will have to start happening with the FDA as well. They'll have to, and the NIH and all of them, right?
Donald Trump has said that he would put you in charge of the public health agencies. What exactly does that look like?
Well, he's been very specific in what he said he wants me to do 3 things. 1, clean up the corruption of the agencies, particularly the conflicts of interest that have turned those agencies into captive agencies for the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry, the other industries that they're supposed to be regulating. Number 2, to return those agencies to the gold standard science, the empirically based, evidence-based medicine that they were famous for when I was a kid. And number 3, to make America healthy again, to end the chronic disease epidemic. And President Trump has told me that he wants to see measurable, concrete results within 2 years in terms of a measurable diminishment in chronic disease among America's kids.
Man. So basically, you basically heard some of that already, but I just wanted to play it again because this is not a joke. He's going around and saying this, and RFK is not the type of person to be going around and saying some hearsay, I think I'll be doing. That's not what this is. This is his job. The only thing that he's missing is he doesn't have a title. This is why I brought up before, and I'm going to play this clip right now of him talking a little bit more about these issues, but this is why I brought up a statement that I said. It seems like J.D. Vance is his VP for the Republican side. It seems like RFK is his VP on the Democrat side. That's what it seems like. And then Elon Musk is like the deep state behind him VP. The Illuminati VP. He's his Illuminati representative, I guess. That's what it seems like to me here. Let's get into it.
Because they're not strong science, but they're indicative, and they should be mentioned. That disease like anorexia actually disappear. You lose your diagnoses by treating them with diet, with keto diets and other kind of diets. And those are the studies that NIH should be doing. NIH won't do those studies because they don't want to know the source or the cure, or the treatment. Let me put it for chronic disease. Callie was mentioning the other day in a conversation that he and I had, and he discovered a recent NIH study that has been suppressed and buried by NIH that shows that 48% of American teens are now diabetic. That's half the teens in this country. When I was a kid, juvenile diabetes was functionally at 0. The average pediatrician would see a single case of juvenile diabetes in his lifetime over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, half the kids that walk through his office are diabetic or pre-diabetic. And, can we think of a larger crisis to our country than that?
Watch out, Buster.
Dependent on insulin and diabetes treatments, on chronic disease treatments for the rest of their lives. And that's bankrupting our healthcare system. 77% of American kids cannot qualify for military service. I mean, how can we have something that is worse for our country or more existential to our country than that?
70%. 77%. According to the DOD.
According to the Department of Defense. And, you can go on and on. Watch.
That's crazy.
Oh.
You know that, and that's why it seems so intentional. You know, people always talk about the enemy within. It's like, why would you allow something like? People always say money. It's always money, but it's a little too much for money. It's like these people. I brought this up before. These people have all the money that you could need. They have everything. So why still do this stuff to the detriment of the country? You'd think, you know what I mean? If you had a house and it was made of gold bricks, yeah, you'd want to be like taking out a brick here or there. But at a certain point, you'd be like, okay, but the walls need to stay up. I don't want the walls to fall. Like, this is still the house. Like, I need this house. And that's kind of what it seems like they're doing. It's like they don't care about the walls. They're just like, yeah, who cares? Who cares? That's why it seems so intentional. It can't just be greed. You still live in the country. I don't know. I don't know. And then the military suffers. So now you're putting America in a really crazy spot where it's like the guys who are in it already, they're in it, but it's hard to. The ones who are able to, 77% can't. The ones who are able to actually get into the military, they don't want to go. A lot of them don't want to go because it's become too woke. I mean, let's be straight up. They don't find it interesting that the Navy SEAL recruiter is a guy that dresses in drag. Who would have thought? Who would have thought some good old boys from Texas and Alabama don't like the dude who's recruiting by wearing dress? Who would have thought? I don't know. It's wild. It's wild. It's just crazy. I know. It's nuts. It's nuts. It's bigoted, right? Bigots. You know how that goes.
So that's the way he thinks about things. He doesn't care what you believe. He doesn't care what your ideology is. He's going to make. So that's the way he thinks about things. He doesn't care what you believe. He doesn't care what your ideology is. He's going to make the decision himself. And I've been so impressed with that. It's completely changed my opinion of who he is and really convinced me that this guy that I had such contempt for, such disdain for, is actually, a really extraordinary leader, that he could be one of the great presidents in history.
Wow. Okay.
100%. And he was talking about Joe Biden there, just so you guys know. He was talking about Trump, of course. And honestly, just jumping back to this clip, the gentleman that he's sitting with here, this guy here, Cali Means, I really hope RFK makes Cali Means the head of one of these organizations. I'm really hoping the NIH or the FDA, either one. I'm really hoping he makes this guy. Maybe his sister ahead of one, him the head of another, because those two, they're so America first, it's not even funny, man. Absolutely incredible stuff from RFK Jr. He is going to be the assassin that Trump needs on the health side of things. And I think he's going to have a little bit of a hand in the FBI, CIA. I don't know what, I don't know why, because they're great organizations. They do great work, of course, right? Just gotta watch my back. Watch my back when I bring those up. But we'll see. We'll see. He's been promised. There's no title yet for RFK. Some people were hoping he was going to be Secretary of State because Marco Rubio has been named Secretary of State. I don't like that solely for the purpose of now he has to remove himself from being the senator. That's not good. I feel like he could have easily given that to Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi would have filled the position fine. It would have spoke to diversity. It would have also spoke to someone who's very America first. It just, people like her. Like, it just would have been perfect, and it wouldn't have took anybody out who's a Republican. Wouldn't have took them out of Senate or Congress or anything like that. I just think it would have been a better decision. If not Tulsi, just someone else who's not already in a position, because arguably they needed Marco Rubio there. But I'm sure Trump's doing it for a reason. It's like I was telling my friend, Trump already knows that he made mistakes throughout his first term in terms of who he was standing next to. And maybe there's something about Marco that we don't know. Maybe it's really hard to find people who are willing to stand with you and stand by you through everything that you do. And maybe that's why he chose him. Maybe he needs him in that respect. I don't know. But are you guys ready for what RFK is about to do? Are you ready? Are you ready to go to McDonald's and get grass-fed beef beef fries dipped in beef tallow. You ready for that? Vegans need not apply. Get out of here. Go to the garden. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait. But anyways, guys, like, subscribe, turn on the notifications. Helps the channel tremendously. And other than that, I'm out.
Oh man.
Oh God, guys, I cheated too. Okay, well, why would I do this to us? Look at this. Yo, Zycon, good morning, happy Friday, everybody. Thank you guys for being here today. Oh my God. Why would Titan do this to us? Are these guys bangers or no? Underground or Teetotal or Optimist? Pessimist? Trash. Also, we're gonna do corpses, not rotten. And someone built this. Well, listen, I am happy to answer questions. As soon as I end the stream, like, I end the stream today, and then I put on pants, I race out the door, I pick up my son. I probably won't be checking my Discord messages until after my son goes to bed. I am more than happy to answer questions, but it's probably going to be it'll be like 9 p.m. Eastern my time, I think. At this. If you ever try vintage stories, sometimes the siege you get will be shit, or you'll go south and struggle, but north would have been easy. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I go where the wind blows me. Human corpses. Except for that guy. I go where the wind blows me in game. Get these guys all choppy up. There we go. Set one of these for human meat. Human meat or human cheat jet? We don't know. Nobody knows. Well, first of all, I would have no way to know, like, what's a good seed and what isn't, and honestly, like, a bad seed is just better content. You know? If I fucking load in and there's just molten lava everywhere, and there's, like, fire monsters shooting their fireballs at me, fuck it. We'll do it, you know? Wait, look in here. These guys did bring me some weapons. Yeah, no, Kevin, you can feel free to ask me questions. I'm happy to answer questions about RimWorld. I was just saying, it'll just be a little bit. I'm I'm not ignoring you if I don't answer. Basically, if you get stuck in a starve to death loop, I mean, again, it's content, right? It's good shit. That's what we do here. That's making, now that I know that there is a starve to death loop in Vintage Story, that motivates me to play it. Look, if I can get mauled by a bear at night, if I can get eaten by cannibals, especially if those cannibals will abduct me and take me to some place and strap me to a pole and eat me alive, that makes me want to play it. If my house can burn down, I want to play it. If I can starve to death because of my own incompetence, I want to play it. You see what I'm saying? Like, those are the things that make me want to play Vintage Story. Yes, Kenshi, that's exactly right. I want my fucking people on a stick getting eaten. You know what? I tried Sons of the Forest. I probably should try it again. I didn't love it. We actually did a stream of Sons of the Forest. I couldn't get into it. I watch a guy on TikTok, Undead Baron, play Sons of the Forest when it first came out. I was like, I want to fucking do that. That game looks lit. But then we streamed it for one stream, and I was kind of like, meh. Maybe I should give it another shot. Yeah, Metal. Since you kind of, if it's kind of day one, I do like 50% RimWorld and then 50% a rotating selection of games that are like core channel games. We do like 50% RimWorld. We'll do RimWorld for like a month, maybe 2 months. Then we'll go into the other core games. So the other core games would be Kenshi, Valheim, Crusader Kings 3, Project Zomboid, and I'm probably missing one or two. Dwarf Fortress, I fucking love Dwarf Fortress. So, like, we kind of, like, spend a week on each of those, and we come back to RimWorld. That's what we typically do. I've never tried Banished. I might have bought Banished on sale, but I don't think I've ever actually used it. If I have to carry members around searching for legs, I'm into it. That's exactly right. Yep. Substance is a fun survival craft game where there's no supernatural baddies. I'll have to check it out. What's your favorite Kenshi build or character you made? My favorite Kenshi run that we ever did was we did a Shek run. So it was like all Shek. In Shek, if you've never played Kenshi, they're like the thickest combat mommies and daddies in the game. They're like these giant noble warriors. They have a high hunger rate, but they have high hit points, and they're very like it's hard. They're hard to kill. I think we had like 30 Shek that were all like 60s and 70s in combat, which is like late mid game, early end game. And we had literally spent days like crafting like masterwork armor and weapons and collecting Mytel weapons. Like I could park those 30 Shek in the middle of any city in the game in AFK, and my Shek would auto murder everything in every city, no matter how many things there were attacking them. So we basically the Shek with the masterwork armor, the masterwork weapons, and we also had masterwork I think they're like the KLR series, like bonus to strength and hit point. Like we peeled all the arms and legs off of everybody. We put new bionic arms and legs on them. Like it would be hard to kit out the Shek to be any more like just thick and hardy and dangerous if we tried. But yeah, that was good fun right there. I am very partial to the hyper martial artists, even though early game they're so fucking unbelievably miserable to play. But I do like the hyper martial artists. I enjoy playing the Shek. You know, I enjoy it. Sorry, I got excited. Sometimes I get real animated. Alright, does anybody know what we're doing? Okay, did we get that wall done? Jesus, Normie, I need you to get up that wall. We gotta finish the wall, my friend. We haven't done, the problem is I play Kenshi so infrequently that I'm not practiced enough to be good with the Universal Wasteland expansion. I love UWE Overhaul mod. It's just, I play the game so infrequently that we just die to like a solo fucking bone cat in the swamp on like day 2 of the stream. You get animated like a VTuber? Nah, I don't think I would VTube. I'm not like a huge fan of things on the screen, so I don't think that would work for me. Well, there you go, Normie. I need you to get up there and get that done, my friend. Normie's like, fuck, a whole nother stretch. What's his construction right now? He's up to 12 construction with no passion. The Long Dark, oh, you played the Long Dark, is he? Yeah, I don't know. know. There's just not enough time. I don't know how it is. I stream video games 50 to 60 hours a week, and I still don't have any time to play like any of the games that are on my list. With the shark being chased by a blood spider, it started a whole citywide gang war. Yeah. I love the swamp. I absolutely love. I love the swamp in Kenshi. I love building the swamp bases. It's just a brawl in the Kenshi swamp all the time with all the factions going to war. We are about to finish geothermals, and we'll fill our two. We got 2 gas holes right here. I don't have enough components. Here's what we really need to do. If we want to be good at the game, we should kill this work, and we should kill the Preds on the map, and then we will go do a little bit of mining. Let's see. That badger is in my house. I'm excited for Kenshi 2 as well. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't give a shit how long it takes them to make Kenshi 2. I don't care. Just make it right, do it right, make it amazing. Make it chef's kiss. Take another 2 years, take another 3 years. I do not care how long Chris and the team make to make Kenshi 2. Just release it when it's ready. Sailor, the swamp is simultaneously the best and worst area. Yes, it is. Yeah, well, I enjoy the swamp because of the high fertility. I like to grow the stuff that allows me to make the drugs in the swamp. And I love the gang wars. I love the gang wars in the swamp. Just going out and kind of getting involved in, like, wiping out the little gang factions that I don't like. And it's the worst because optimization can be a problem in Kenshi as a whole, but in the swamp more so. Also, the swamp cities tend to devolve into just permanent fucking gang wars all the time. Spider-Kid. Hey chat, listen, how about we okay, there we go.
Oh my god, it's so stupid.
Think it's long, but yeah, like the Path of Exile too. Yeah, don't tease us on the release dates. Don't tease me on like what's in it, and then have it all changed at the last minute. God damn it. Yeah, just quietly make an awesome game, and then when it's ready, tell me. I'll fucking play it. Kenshi World Domination, man. We could probably do that if I wasn't like using mods and shit. We could probably do that pretty easily. Hold on, guys. We actually screwed up. We kind of screwed up pretty big if you think about it. I don't actually need that. What do I need? Let's back up and get the good. Let's just go ahead and get smithing. We screwed up because we didn't appoint somebody as the person. Digi guy. Let's see. 17. Sailor is going to be our research specialist. We gotta put the thing down. Sailor gets to be our tech priest. Let's go. We're gonna go ahead and blast research. Normie is gonna continue getting our walls up, and then we're gonna just blast research, like you fucking read about in Research Magazine. This solitary Phytokid. She's an anime. Oh, she's an assassin anime kid. 4 dudes. Yeah, she can come in. We'll allow it. Oh my god, why is this happening to me? She's slothful. Inside. I love Research Magazine. Yeah. Me too. She's also our ideology. Those guys should just die in my kill box, honestly. And that is good. Hey, they're gonna begin their assault. They probably should just die in my kill box, and we'll be okay. But Doomkid's down. Stone. Let's take a look at this fellow. Bleeds out in 6 hours. Nudist, fast learner, distressed. That's too much emotional baggage for me, Chad. Little too much emotional baggage for me. Let's go up here. We have not promoted. Jesus. Everybody is like fucking zeros. Digi guy, I'm gonna make you the moral guy for now, but the second I get somebody better, you're fucking fired.
What the fuck?
And I'm gonna make Evil Stray the leader because he was a child yesterday, a grenade throwing child that didn't make it. That didn't make it. If you know, you know. You're here. Evil Stray. Get you set up as later here in a little bit. All this done. Riddick's got a shoddy. Is that the grenade throwing child? Okay, first of all, I was trying to save the child by administering life-saving drugs. Okay? That's all that was. But yes, that is the child that we administered life-saving drugs to and had an overdose. But they didn't even die. He's just like a little upset for a while. That's
Stupid.
all. He was fine. Everybody's freaking out about the kid that was throwing grenades and doing drugs. Alright, Digi guy is going to be... Hold that thought. Get this machine up. Alright, Digi guy is... He's our research specialist. Wait a minute. No, Sailor is the research specialist. We're going to specialize you into research speed. Digi guy's the moral guide. Double passion crafting. You are actually going to be... Digi guy's our weaponsmith. So we currently have a tailor for money, and we have a weaponsmith to make our weapons once we're able to. That's going to impact their weapon crafting speed. And our research specialist needs to... Okay, we popped that while they went to bed. Big sad. And we need to rename... Riddick is going to be Kintaru. There we go, Kintaru is in. With that, we've got some weapons, and we're good to go. Alright. Guys, we've been live for 2.5 hours. I'm going to take my first break. I'm going to grab a quick snack. I'm going to make another coffee. I'm going to use the restroom for 3 minutes. We have a... Oh my god, the ad break ends in 30 seconds. Fuck, I thought the ad break was starting in 30 seconds. Boy, I'm about to fuck the ad people so hard, but I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna wait till the ad people come back in 16 seconds, and I'm gonna do the right thing and apologize. Brian Root, thank you for the alert, and for the emote horoscope. You're having a very head explode day because my content is so pog. Wait, leaves you feeling sus and facepalm. No. Alright, listen, ad people, I would like to issue all of you an apology. I didn't realize that an ad was running, and I need to use the bathroom. I am going to take a break. Despite the fact that you just got back, I want you to know that I'm sorry. I'm also going to do this. I need everybody get all of that back up. No, Anomaly's off. We're not doing the pit runs today. Okay, we did pit runs yesterday. Alright, do we have food? We do have food. The other thing that we probably could do... Let's whack this dude. Everybody here? Grafted bot. Okay, where's the other thing we gotta whack? This word. Yeah, grab everybody. I'm gonna kill this word, and I'm gonna let everybody go mine all the components. We need components to make weapons. Everybody out here, whack this word. You're having a very... Really? Oh, copium? Okay, bud. Oh god, please. Guys? Guys, please. Alright, perfect. We'll kill that. Okay, listen, I'm gonna unrestrict you guys while I'm gone. I would like you guys to do some things. You guys have a bit of a to-do list while I'm out. I need you guys to get those components. Did you guys get those components? I need us to put I need 2 of these in here. I need all of these hunted, because we need the leather. I need 20 leftovers to sell.
Oh, fuck.
We're not going to do research because all of the research will end before I get back. So here's what I need. I need the walls, these walls up here done. I need the components from outside. We shouldn't have any steel queued up. We should be good on steel for now. Alright, walls done. Components farmed. No predators on the map, so I'm not going to come back to some bullshit, okay? I'm going to leave, Psychon, I'm going to leave you in charge. I got to go to the bathroom, okay? I got to go to the bathroom. Guys, I'll be right back in 3 minutes. Bathroom, snack, stretch my legs. New coffee. We got another 5 hours of the stream. 4 hours and 45 minutes left of the stream. Go to 4 p.m. Eastern. Be right back.
What's up, puppy goat? I don't know. Get out of that shit. What the heck is this? Jake Paul knocks out Mike Tyson. Oh, we gotta watch that.
This is sponsored by NordVPN.
Welcome, folks, to the biggest boxing event of the year. Where the only way we can get anyone to watch our dying sport is to pit the world's most hated YouTuber against the shambling and upsetting corpse of Iron Mike Tyson. There's Jake Paul, who promises to donate his proceeds to support his brother's crippling Pokemon card addiction. And there's the man himself, Iron Mike Tyson. You can tell he's been training hard for this fight. He's in peak physical condition. Oh man, it's the GOAT! What a legend! Hope you're ready to die. I'm a bathe in your fucking blood, Logan. Look at Grandpa go. Just joking. My man's still the GOAT for real, for real. Respect. Let's make it look convincing. Wait, what? Oh, Mike lands a clean hit on Jake, and it looks like it hurt. Let's see how Jake responds. Oh, Jake's hairline is not like that. I'm gonna bite your fucking pick off, Logan. What's he doing now? No, stop it, Mike! This wasn't in the script! Come on, let me tell you muscle tip. Is Mike Tyson trying to bite off Jake Paul's dick? The ref's not gonna like that. Oh my god! Get him off me! Oh no! The ref is incapacitated! Now anything goes! Just you and me now, Logan. No rules. No one to save you. Hey, Jake! Logan's my brother! My God! It's Jake's brother! WWE superstar and piece of shit Logan Paul! I got you, bro! No, I did, Mike, please! Was that convincing enough for you, Logan? Yeah, perfect. Okay, now go ahead. Oh, no. Ah, it hurts. Ouchie. He did it! He actually did it! Jake Paul is your winner! Hey man defeated Mike Tyson, but there's still one more boxing legend I have on my hit list.
Muhammad Ali.
You're a man! And that means you protect yourself at all times. So why would the internet be any different? Whether it's the government trying to backdoor their way to your data, or your emails and passwords appearing in leaks out, you ought to have the tools to protect yourself. NordVPN is the answer. Not only does it encrypt your data, it has a dark record on it to see if your data has been leaked. Turns out my data...
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got work 15 minutes ago. that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order. This morning, the Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling I told you that. Just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order. They're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. I'm going to say, where's your court order? So this is all going down right now. They want to silence the American people, but we're not going to silence. Be sure to follow me at the Alex Jones Network at AJN Live. God bless you all for your support. Please support our sponsors so we can fund us down the air at the Alex Jones Network, AlexJonesNetwork.com. Take action. I need your support. InfoWars is really the detonator for this whole global movement that's happening. Your support did that. You're the reason it's happening. You are the resistance. God bless and good luck.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the corner with some breaking news. I know we've covered what's going on with InfoWars and stuff like that for a very long time. And we have a anticlimactic conclusion today. Some leftoid thought that they would totally own the chuds and bought InfoWars with the sole purpose of turning it into a satire website. Of course, this has spectacularly backfired, as anyone could have expected. Look, the company itself is Alex. And if you don't get Alex, the company has zero value. So the Onion, the parent company of the Onion, actually purchased it. And they are taking some sort of victory lap today, like they totally own the chuds. Well, I've got news for them. They've done nothing other than galvanize Alex's base. And the reactions are hilarious. They're fake chest thumping that they totally owned Alex is already backfiring. You just love to see it. Let's get into it. Not going to advertise you anything today, other than to remind you I am live every day on Rumble at 1 Eastern, as well as Quartercast on YouTube. If you're a YouTube-only viewer and you just don't want to go over, I understand. Please subscribe to Quartercast. It's linked in the description below. Otherwise, if you're open to trying Rumble, download the Rumble app and follow the quartering there. But Quartercast Live on Rumble or on YouTube is my live stream channel, 1 Eastern every day. You can obviously always watch the live streams later in the day. I have Melanie Mack, Hannah Claire Brimlow, Luke Brodkowski, Styx Hexenhammer. The next couple weeks I've got Gothix, Vanessa on the show. So it's totally different.
Elon Musk and I are in a position to start the mass deportations of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of the D.C. bureaucracy. That, too, is how we're going to save this country. And I don't know if you've got to know Elon yet, but he doesn't bring a chisel. He brings a chainsaw, and we're going to be taking it to that bureaucracy. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I do want to say this, is that we've been taught to believe over the last 4 years that we have become a nation in decline. that we're at the end of the ancient Roman Empire. All we have is to fight over the scraps of some shrinking pie. I don't think we have to stay that nation in decline. I think with what happened last week, we're back to being a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. I couldn't tell you last year that it was morning in America. It's not. It's not yet, but on January 20th, it is going to be morning in America, the start of a new dawn, the start of a country where our kids are going to grow up and we're going to tell them and mean it that you get ahead in the United States again with your own hard work and commitment and dedication, that you're free to speak your mind at every step of the way, that the best person gets the job regardless of their skin color. I think most of us agree on it. The next 4 years is just the beginning. It's not the end of the chapter, it's the beginning. And I think the work that's going on here at AFBI sets the course not just for the next 4 years, but for the next 250. And so what I will say is when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House on January 20th, that is just the beginning of our best days as a nation, still yet ahead of us. Thank you all for supporting the mission here. Thank you all for your love of this country. Do not stop fighting until we get this job done. And 4 years from now, we're going to say not make America great again, but keep making America greater. Thank you all. God bless you and your families. Let's enjoy the celebration, and may our best days be ahead. Thank you. Congratulations, Brooke. Thank you.
Of course, cut her off.
You know, he came a long way from YouTube. And listen, I seen a YouTube of him at 16 doing weird dances. That's not the guy I'm going to be fighting. This guy's going to come and going to try to hurt me, which I'm accustomed to, and he's going to be greatly mistaken.
There's been a lot of rumors out there about the fight. You're going to be wearing headgear. Any truth in
not
that?
True at all. Not true.
What is bringing you back? Is it kind of like the last Rocky movie and you got stuff in the basement, you need to get it out?
I have a weird personality. Whatever I'm afraid to do, I do. For the Roy, 5 years of fighting, I was 100 pounds overweight. I was, however, 54, 53, and I said, let's do it. Anything I'm afraid of, I confront it. Like right now, I'm scared to death. But as the fight gets closer, the less nervous I become. Because it's reality. And in reality, I'm invincible.
Please promise me you're going to kick this guy's ass and shut him up, please.
I'll do just that for you. You know, he came a long way from YouTube. And listen, I seen a YouTube of him at 16 doing weird dances. That's not the guy I'm going to be fighting. This guy's going to come, he's going to try to hurt me, which I'm accustomed to, and he's going to be greatly mistaken.
There's been a lot of rumors out there about the fight. You're going to be wearing headgear. Any truth in that?
Not true at all. Not true.
What is bringing you back? Is it kind of like the last Rocky movie and you got stuff in the basement, you need to get it out?
I have a weird personality. Whatever I'm afraid to do, I do. For the Roy, 5 years of fighting, I was 100 pounds overweight. I was, however, 54, 53, and I said, let's do it.
If she, I don't know if she's home already or she's still there yet. I don't know. But anyway. Playing the game now or you watching TV?
Playing the game.
What's up? What's up, bro? Hello? Crazy Carl. Bounce, go out. Oh, man. Ah. What the heck is up with this shit? Oh my lord. Dude, stop shooting at me. I'm not shooting at you. How is I not doing no damage? This is so bullshit. Oh my god. I'm gonna have griefing, I can just tell. I need my wall up now. Oh man. On 5 cupcakes. Where the heck are all the cupcakes at? Oh, wow. Yeah. But that and that and I guess this stupid thing. Oh my god. Alright, this gun's stupid. Think you're gonna fucking get me, motherfucker. That's right. Don't even mess with me, bro. What the? He only stole 1,000, sucker. Ultra Portal, level 75. Sucker. Sucker. You can sit right there. I'm busy. Ooh. Only one boogie bomb? That's kind of lame. Yeah, nice try. What the heck? I need 75k for the wall. Sucker. Oh, now I need another 100k for that wall.
Popular vote. That's what they say. I don't even know if it's true or not. Who knows? But they would say he didn't win the popular vote, and we won the popular vote by records now. So nobody can say that anymore about us. Nobody can say that because we won the popular vote. And I didn't win it. The people won it. The great people of our country won the popular vote, and that's what they wanted. And this was something really special. Won the White House, recaptured the Senate, and now, as of today, recaptured the House. Thank you very much, Congressman. And on track, looks like we have it, the largest margin in the national vote in presidential year since 1928. That's a long time ago. Well, that's interesting. That's when this house was built, 1928. It took a lot of years, but that was when it was completed. And something that I just read here, and I saw from one of our friends from the news, from the media, we won, I didn't know this, we won 49 out of 50 states, shifted toward the GOP significantly. That's a big number. So we
won the largest share of black and Hispanic votes of any Republican in the history of our country, recorded history of our country. So we would think of that. We were the largest share of black and Hispanic voters. That's so incredible. They're unbelievable people. We respect them. We admire them. They've been through a lot. And they like us. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. But if you take a look at the border of Texas, the governor called me, Greg Abbott, who's a great guy, called me up. He said, you won every single town on the border. And these towns were always blue. They were a dark, strong blue, and we won every single town up and down the border in Texas. We won with married women. What about unmarried women? What happened to unmarried? We won with married women. We won half of all ages. Think of that. More than 50% of the 18 to 29-year-olds, the highest in many decades, the highest number. And again, it really has to do with common sense. You know, people don't want men playing in women's sports. They don't want it. You know, I said that during the last few weeks, I was very heavy on the common sense things. Like they want a border. They want people to come into our country. They do. They don't want to have exclusion, but they want to come in legally through a system. They don't want them coming in through prisons and through where you dump a prison from countries all over the world, dumping prisons into our country. The prisoners dumped into our country by the millions. They don't want that. They don't want all of the kind of things that they don't want drug dealers. They don't want gang members. They don't want people that are causing trouble. They don't want people that the country doesn't want. And they had I would say a truth, Elon would say an X, but it came out and it had 12 different things, and it went down a list of things, and part of it was that the cartels were bringing in drugs. They don't want them. It's stopping. When you see the numbers that are going to be released, in 2 days, things happen to our country. This is 2 days as of 3 days ago, but things are happening to our country that we didn't see happening for years. The caravans on the way up, 35,000 people, they're breaking up. They're breaking up. They're not making the journey. And we had 3 or 4 of the highest, I guess almost every single day we set new records in the stock market. We set new records economically. We're doing good. Now the only thing is, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important, maybe you should pass a bill. You have to start my term from November 5th, okay? Or November 6th if you want. November 5th, because the market's gone through the roof. Enthusiasm's doubled. It's doubled in the last short while. And I watched a liberal commentator say, you know, whether you like him or not, there seems to be a beautiful light shining over our country and even over the world. I said, this guy didn't say that. But we have to defeat inflation, and while inflation's down, the costs are way too high. And when I went around, I heard something that was very interesting, the word grocery. It's sort of such a strange and simple, nice word. You know, I'm going out for groceries today. They talked about that more than any other item. The groceries are too high. And when you think about it, that's a very bad thing. And I talked about that a lot in the last couple of weeks, and it resonated. I tell a story about a woman. She had 3 apples, an old woman. She had 3 apples, and she brought them up to the cash register, and she looked at the woman, and she said,
"What's up, Art?
Is that the right price?"
Yeah, I checked out your channel. If that's what you were trying to talk about.
Okay, could you wait 1 minute? And she took...
You were trying to show a link of your channel? Yeah. I subscribed. You did some pretty good art. I watched a couple of your videos. You had a live. Well, actually, I watched your live. Oh my god, this dude is just freaking camping. I don't know where he's at. Where is he at? Oh, he's right there. I see him. Can he shoot me in here while I shoot him up there? Oh, he can. He ain't get much from me. No problem, bro. Yeah, I ended up having to end it because, like, so I let some kids join my game, right? And they joined the chat on the stream, and one of them did, and then he started, like, saying a bunch of bad words and stuff, so I had to end it and, like, put it private and stuff. Like, I have to edit that stuff out, you know, to even make it even allowed on YouTube, basically. Because they'll troll on me. And they're, like, trying to get me banned. Yeah, they're trying to get me banned. They're from Dutchland, or something like that. Man, that's what kids do. Oh, there's that kid. Man, just pull your head out again. Oh. Yeah, there's no clue I'm sitting right here. Oh, God. Like, I gotta watch this kid non-stop, because he's just gonna sit there and freaking do stupid stuff. The UK? Yeah, maybe. United Kingdom, yeah. That's part of Dutchland. I don't know if they're from the UK. Well, they shouldn't be saying that N-word then. Like, you know, because couldn't they go to jail for that shit? Like, not here in America. I'm fine. Like, you know, I'm protected. But, like, them, they ain't got no protections. They ain't got no First Amendment. No freedom to speech, which is kind of dumb, but, like, you know, it is what it is. To each their own, even though I doubt anybody would vote that they're not allowed to, like, say something they'll go to jail. That's, you know, if anybody knew they were voting for that, they would not have voted for it, but somehow that's what happened in those countries, so. I'll suck with this sniper. Now, do I take damage for going in here? I'm just gonna sit right here, wait for him, and be like, surprise. I know he's over here. This is his base. He took the color I wanted to get, but it cost so much money. I'm still in the huh. Diamond. 4 out of 5 diamonds. Oh, there he is. How did I miss that? Oh, come on. He's right there. He got me on fire. Whew. Yeah, that's how you professionally avoid that. He's got way better stuff than me. And I don't understand how, but, like, yeah. Oh yeah, let's get the website shot. Doing something good. Ooh, drum gun. Yes, we need that. Oh yeah, it costs too much, don't it? Shit, 450k? 2.5 mil. Come on. Alright. Oh yeah.
As Republicans, right? We have nothing. But they asked Ronnie, they asked the doctor, he was up in the podium, who is the healthiest? Because he was the doctor for Barack Hussein Obama, Donald Trump, and he was the doctor for Bush also. They said, who's the healthiest of them all? He said, without question, it's Donald Trump. And I said, I like that guy. I said, I like that guy. And he's doing great. Jason Smith is here, a great, great congressman. Wesley Hunt, wow. And Mike Waltz, who's going to be doing a little other work for us in the very near future. We just nominated him. He's going to be doing a great job in the administration. And I promised Mike that I wouldn't be taking too many more before we start counting the votes, okay? He said, please, could you slow down a little bit? I just like the people in Congress, Mike. I'm sorry. But no, don't worry about it, Mike. Just relax. Just relax. We have a man who has a seriously high IQ. You know, I'm a person that believes in high IQs, and his is about as high as they get. He launched a rocket 3 weeks ago, and then he went to Pennsylvania to campaign because he considered this more important than launching rockets that cost billions of dollars. Elon Musk. Elon. What a job. What a job he does. And he happens to be a really good guy. You know, he likes this place. I can't get him out of here. He just likes this place. And you know what? I like having him here, too. He's good. He's done a fantastic job. Really an incredible mind, and he's an unbelievable entrepreneur, sort of everything. I'm asking him, what do you do best? And we were not able to figure it out, but it's a lot of things. Another one who's another great mind and a great guy, it's Slaughter. I think he's right. He wants to make people healthy. It's driven him pretty wild over the last number of years. The Democrats didn't treat him well. He was doing fantastically well, and I think they came out with some rule that you had to get 70 or 75% of the vote to qualify to be in the primary. That was a pretty tough thing to get. And he was doing incredibly well, and he decided he can't do it, went independent. Now he's with us all the way. And today I nominated him for, I guess, if you like health and if you like people that live a long time, it's the most important position, RFK Jr. Bobby?
Ohio. Hola. Hola, español. See?
Hello, today is Friday. We're following up about your relief options with National Credit. Your account is now ready to be activated. Just a quick reminder, this must be used to pay off your credit cards, loans, or collection accounts. Ready to get started? Just give us a call at 888-32...
Oh my god. I ain't gonna give you no call. I need you to stop calling me. Damn. I don't need no freaking reminder. $5 billion. Come on now. I think I know I owe $1 billion. Alright, back to listening to this. Brutally interesting.
Thank you, Tulsi. Great comments.
Oh, somebody stole my speed buff? Oh my god.
Vivek Ramaswamy. It's taken people a long time, and now that name is emblazoned into their brain. But Vivek, wherever you may be, where are you, Vivek? Thank you, Vivek. Good. You're working with Elon on efficiency. They're working on efficiency, among other things, and they're going to be saving a lot of money and making our country stronger and better. And they'll be coming out with individual reports, but a big one toward the end. And you put those two together, it's going to be really great. So we look forward to seeing it, working with Elon, and that'll be a great experience. Something for Elon, I think. Right?
Don't mess with me,
It's
bro.
going to be great. Thank you very much, Vivek. And great job. What you've done is fantastic. And somebody that I've admired for a long time, but I've really gotten to know him in my political life, but especially I think over the last year, more than maybe ever before, maybe more than even the first
I don't need
years, 'cause
to
we
do
had
it. I'm
a
taking your money now,
tremendous success in the
sucker.
my first term.
Then we could fight over that one, no problem.
Bad things happened, and we had to wait. I couldn't wait. I was going. I was saying, we gotta. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna help us. They're not gonna save this country. And it really dawned on me about 10 days out. I said, wait a minute, wait 10 days. I waited 4 years, 3 years, 2 years. All of a sudden, it's 10 days, and every day seems so long. But I knew by the crowds we were getting, it was going to be really something. And Newt Gingrich got up and he said, this is a very special thing that's happening. Like, nobody has ever had crowds, and they just wanted hope. They wanted something. They just didn't want what they had. And nobody expressed it more beautifully than Newt Gingrich. And thank you, Newt, very much. It was really good.
I ain't gonna let you have these ever again.
Thank you, Phyllis.
We're gonna play Ring Around the Rosie right this second.
But the American people have just delivered really something very, very amazing. The biggest political victory in 129 years. Can you believe that, Newt? 120. They said the most consequential election. I love that word. It's a beautiful word. Most consequential election in the last 129 years. Wow, that's something. So we swept all swing states. We won the popular vote. Oh, I love that. You know, in the last one, in my first term, they said he won the election, but he didn't. They always followed, but he didn't win the popular vote. That's what they say. I don't even know what's but they would say he didn't win the popular vote. We won the popular vote by records now. So nobody can say that anymore about us. Nobody can say that.
You think you won?
And I didn't win it. The people won it. The great people of our country won the popular vote.
you wanna
That's what
talk
they wanted, and this was.
You just lucky you got everything in the game.
Won the White House, recaptured the
And I
Senate,
ain't got
and
shit.
now, as of today, recaptured the House. Thank you very much, Congressman.
Let's see where the fucking glove at. I need a lot more of this to get to the glove.
And on track, looks like we have it. The largest margin in the national vote in presidential year since 1928. That's a long time ago. Well, that's interesting. That's when this house was built, 1928. It took a lot of years, but that was when it was completed. And something that I just read here, and I saw from one of our friends from the news, from the media, we won, I didn't know this, we won 49 out of 50 states, shifted toward the GOP significantly. That's a big number. So we won the largest share of black and Hispanic votes of any Republican in
He's letting me have
our
damage.
country, recorded history of our country. So we would think of that.
And he's not
We
even
were the
fighting for
largest share of
speed.
black and Hispanic
But
voters.
he's
That's
got
so
the money.
incredible. They're
I'll
unbelievable
take
people.
the fucking
We
speed.
respect them. We admire them. They've been through a lot, and they like us. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. But on the if you take a look at the border of Texas, the governor called me, Greg Abbott, who's a great guy, called me up. He said, "You won every single town on the border." And these towns were always blue. They were a dark, strong blue, and we won every single town up and down the border in Texas. We won with married women. What about unmarried women? What happened to unmarried women? We won with married women. We won half of all ages. Think of that. More than 50% of the 18 to 29-year-olds, the highest in many decades, the highest number. And again, it really has to do with common sense. You know, people don't want men playing in women's sports. They don't want it. They don't want it. You know, I said that during the last few weeks, I was very heavy on the common sense things. Like they want a border. They want people to come into our country. They do. They don't want to have exclusion, but they want to come in legally through a system. They don't want them coming in through prisons and through where you dump a prison from countries all over the world, dumping prisons into our country. The prisoners dumped into our country by the millions. They don't want that. They don't want all of the kind of things that they don't want drug dealers. They don't want gang members. They don't want people that are causing trouble. They don't want people that the country doesn't want. And they had I would say a truth, Elon would say an X, but it came out and it had 12 different things and it went down a list of things, and part of it was that the cartels were bringing in drugs. They don't want them in stopping. When you see the numbers that are going to be released, in 2 days, things happened to our country. This is 2 days as of 3 days ago, but things are happening to our country that we didn't see happening for years. The caravans on the way up, 35,000 people, they're breaking up. They're breaking up. They're not making the journey. And we had 3 or 4 of the highest, I guess almost every single day we set new records in the stock market. We set new records economically. We're doing good. Now the only thing is, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important, maybe you should pass a bill. You have to start my term from November 5th, okay, or November 6th if you want. November 5th, because the market's gone through the roof. Enthusiasm's doubled. It's doubled in the last short while.
You want to play with me?
And I watched a liberal commentator say, you know, whether you like him or not, there seems to be a beautiful light shining over our country.
God damn, you got me.
I said, this guy
Hey, that's still like $500,000 from you.
But we're gonna we have to defeat inflation, and well, inflation's
for the
down,
million,
the costs are
bro.
way too high. When I went around,
He gonna come over here and mess with me
that was
now.
very interesting. The word grocery.
Alright, Jerry.
It's such a strange and simple, nice word. You know, I'm going
can't
out
beat
for
me, really.
groceries today. They talked about that more than any other item. The groceries are too high. And when you think about it, that's a very bad thing. And I talked about that a lot in the last couple of weeks, and it resonated. I told a story about a woman. She got 3 apples. An old woman. She had 3 apples. Then she brought them up to the cash register, and she looked at the woman and she said, "Is that the right price?" And the woman said, "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, it is." And she said, "Oh, that's okay. Could you wait 1 minute?" And she took one of the 3 apples and she brought it back to the refrigeration, and she came back gently up to the cash register and she paid for 2 apples instead of 3. That should not be happening in our country. That should not be happening.
Oh, man.
It's not going to happen here. We're gonna make it a much different place.
Show me while I'm AFK.
We're
Nice
going to
job,
slash
bro.
energy costs. We're going to get your energy bills in half, and that's going to bring down the cost, generally speaking. And we're going to have a whole new. We have a big announcement, and I won't tell you the name of his the exact name. I think he's an incredible person, got an unbelievably wonderful wife named Catherine. So I won't tell you his name.
Oh, man,
Might be something like Bergam. He's from North Dakota. He's going to be announced tomorrow for a very big position. So everybody's waiting. There he is. Hi, Doug. He's going to be announced tomorrow, and we have somebody else that's probably coming up with him to be announced, who's a big one. And we're going to do things with energy and with land, interior, that is going to be incredible. And so I look forward to doing the formal announcement, although this is a pretty big announcement right now.
He gave up.
Actually, he's going to head the Department of Interior, and he's going to be fantastic. Good, Doug. Congratulations, Catherine. But we'll make the formal announcement tomorrow. We're going to reduce regulation, waste, fraud, and inefficiency, and these 2 guys are going to find a lot of it. We're going to clean out the corrupt, broken, and failing bureaucracies, and that's what we're going to be doing. And we're going to stop child sexual mutilation. We're going to stop it because it's time.
Now I'm just going to brief the shit out of you. As soon as you respawn, I'm going to find where you respawn, and
It's not right what's going on. People
right there.
It is mutilation, and it's not going to happen. We have to stop it. We have to get back to
man, how do you not
a
die?
great country with low taxes and strong military. We're going to fix our military. We did it once, now we're going to have to do it again. we didn't know a big chunk of it was going to be given to Afghanistan. We're going to work on Middle East, and we're going to work very hard on Russia and Ukraine. It's got to stop. Russia and Ukraine's got to stop. Thousands and thousands, I saw a report today, thousands of people over the last 3 days were killed. Thousands and thousands of people were killed. They happen to be soldiers, but whether they're soldiers or they're people sitting in towns, we're going to work it. So I just want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I really want to congratulate Linda, you and Brooke for the job you've done. And it's an honor to be here. And thank you, Sly. Thank you, everybody. Great honor. Thank you very
8
much.
rebirths, damn, level 155. Oh, let me take your gun, bro.
Mrs. Post and E.F. Hutton, her husband at the time, when they built Mar-a-Lago many years ago, the Roaring 20s. It was the Roaring 20s, and we're hotter right now than they ever were in the Roaring 20s, I believe. We're going to be a lot hotter, but we can keep it going. We're not going to have 1929 happen. Although, it continued the way it was, might not have been too well. But when they built it, nobody knew what was going on. Nobody knew opulence. Nobody knew real luxury. Nobody knew poverty. They knew anything. And they learned a hard lesson in 1929. They learned a very, very hard lesson. And we're going to turn our country around. We're going to make it so great, so strong, so powerful. We're going to bring it all back. I want to thank some people that have been so instrumental in doing such a great job.
Oh, you got a good gun. You don't even know how to use it.
Put this on with Linda McMahon. Linda has been a great friend of mine for a long time, right, Linda? I want to thank you very much. And the America First Policy Institute, what a job they've done. But I said, you know, the policy is much more important if we do it for 8 years than it is if we do it for 4 years. So I said, let's do this. Don't worry about your policy. Let's get out and let's win the election. But nobody knew we were going to win it the way we wanted. That was a big one. So that was really good. And Javier, I'd like to congratulate you on the job you've done for Argentina. Your speech was beautiful, but the job you've done is incredible. Make Argentina great again. You know, MAGA. He's a MAGA person. And you know, he's doing that. He's actually doing that. Just happens to work with EA. That one we don't have to worry about. It doesn't work so well with other countries. You know, I think your numbers are working also. You've done a fantastic job in a very short period of time. It's an honor to have you here. That's really great. Thank you. Also, Speaker Mike Johnson, wherever you may be, Mike, in this very big and crowded room. Thank you, Mike. I went yesterday, just in case, I said, look, I want to tell you, I'm behind this man 100%, and he got 100% of the vote for Republicans. Are you sure? You sure, huh? Yeah, he's done a great job. Nothing easy. We actually had one little period, about 4 weeks, where we had a majority of 1. That was not pretty, right? And you handled it beautifully. He just kept that stiff upper lip. But he's doing a really good job, and that was a great vote you got yesterday. Totally unanimous vote. Congratulations, Mike. That's beautiful. Members of Congress, all of whom voted for Mike, and they've been my friends. It's just a small group, but we have a lot of them outside, and we have a lot of them coming over the weekend. Byron Donald's a star. Where's Byron? What a star. What a star. Thank you, Byron. Ronnie Jackson, Doc Ronnie, he's been a lot of things. He was my doctor. He was a great admiral, you know, highly respected admiral, great doctor at the White House, and now he's a very popular congressman. He won by 48 points. That's pretty good. Of course, it was a very, very Trumpy district, but he won by 48 points. But when he was a doctor, they asked him the question, the fake news, which is here. Look. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. We invited him, and they said, can we come in? I said, we have nothing to hide as Republicans, right? We have nothing. When they asked Ronnie, they asked the doctor, he was up on the podium, who was the healthiest, because he was the doctor for Barack Hussein Obama, Donald Trump, and he was the doctor for Bush also. They said, who's the healthiest of them all? He said, without question, it's Donald Trump. And I said, I like that guy. I said, I like that guy. And he's doing great. Jason Smith is here, a great, great congressman. Wesley Hunt, wow. And Mike Waltz, who's a going to be doing a little other work for us in the very near future. We just nominated him, and he's going to be doing a great job in the administration. And I promised Mike that I wouldn't be taking too many more before we start counting the votes, okay? He said, please, could you slow down a little bit? I just like the people in Congress, Mike. I'm sorry. But no, don't worry about it, Mike. Just relax. Just relax. We have a man who has a seriously high IQ. You know, I'm a person that believes in high IQs, and his is about as high as they get. He launched a rocket 3 weeks ago, and then he went to Pennsylvania to campaign because he considered this more important than launching rockets that cost millions of dollars. Elon Musk. Elon. What a job. What a job he does. And he happens to be a really good guy. You know, he likes this place. I can't get him out of here. He just likes this place. And you know what? I like having him here, too. He's good. He's done a fantastic job. Really an incredible mind, and he's an unbelievable entrepreneur, sort of everything. I'm asking him, what do you do best? And we were not able to figure it out, but it's a lot of things. Another one who's another great mind and a great guy and so popular, and I think he's right. He wants to make people healthy. It's driven him pretty wild over the last number of years. The Democrats didn't treat him well. He was doing fantastically well, and I think they came up with some rule that you had to do this by getting in 70 or 75% of the vote to qualify to be in the primary. That was a pretty tough thing to get. And he was doing incredibly well, and he decided he can't do it when independent. Now he's with us all the way. And today I nominated him for, I guess, if you like health, and if you like people that live a long time, it's the most important position, RFK Jr. Bobby? And I just looked at the news reports. People like you, Bobby. Don't get too popular, Bobby. You know, you've reached about the level. Now, we want you to come up with things and ideas and what you've been talking about for a long time, and I think you're going to do some unbelievable thing. Nobody's going to be able to do it like you, and boy, does he feel it in his heart. So congratulations also to your family. And a woman who was a Democrat and was an independent, she went independent, and last week she said, I want to be a Republican because this is what I stand for. And I've always admired her, and I've admired her because she was loaded up with common sense. And it's all about common sense. I mean, we're conservative in this room, but we can understand the other side. But what we really are is people with common sense. And I think that's why we won with the numbers that we won by. Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you, Tulsi. Great comments. And you have Vivek Ramaswamy. It's taken people a long time, and now that name is emblazoned into their brain.
No, it ain't.
Vivek, wherever you may be, where are you?
I did not like that
Thank you,
dude.
Vivek. Good. He working with Elon on
And I don't like Elon either.
They're
But
working
like,
on efficiency, among other things, and they're going to be saving a lot of money and making our country stronger.
Elon's a thief, a liar, and he ain't even an inventor. Like, he didn't invent nothing. He stole Tesla from the actual owner. And then he just uses people to build these things like, oh, he built the spaceship. That's not his spaceship. Well, I mean, it is his, but like, he didn't build it. He had somebody else build it. Let's get it right, guys. He's a good delegator. He's a very smart manager. That's all he is a manager, really. That's it. Probably the best manager there is to ever have. So, like, other than that, he's nothing. He didn't have Tesla, didn't steal that company from the dude just by investing in it and then taking it over and then manipulating the American people, like, to invest a bunch of money into that company that he stole. Like, shit, he wouldn't have nothing. And all that money, that he just basically stole it from the American people. All the money he's got. Through, like, legal ways of wealth transfer, like through
He said, this is a very
But
special
still, like, when he
thing that's
freaking
happening
said
because nobody
some
has
shit like, oh, should I sell
ever had
Tesla stocks and
crowds
shit like that, that's manipulating the market. He should be in
wanted
jail
something. They just didn't
for
want
that shit,
what
and
they
he
had.
knows it.
And nobody expressed it more beautifully than Newt Gingrich. And thank you, Newt, very much. It was really good. And Callista, thank you very much. Thank you, Callista. But the American people have just delivered really something very, very amazing. The biggest political victory in 129 years. Can you believe that, Newt? 120. They said the most consequential election. I love that word. It's a beautiful word. Most consequential election in the last 129 years. Wow, that's something. So we swept all swing states. We won
Vivek, I don't even know nothing about him. I just don't like his name. I don't like saying it. Like, he might be a good guy, but I don't know enough about him to really say anything. It's just like, his name sucks. That's all I gotta say. Like, I ain't gonna be pronouncing his name all day. He's not gonna be my president or nothing like that, ever. If he does, like, shit, I'll never recognize him. I don't even give a shit. I'll leave the country before then. Fuck that.
And I didn't win it. The people won it. The great people of our country won the popular vote, and that's what they wanted. And this was something really special. Won the White House, recaptured the Senate, and now, as of today, recaptured the House. Thank you very much, Congressman. And on track, looks like we have it. The largest margin in the national vote in presidential years since 1928. That's a long time ago. That's interesting. That's when this house was built, 1928. It took a lot of years, but that was when it was completed. And something that I just read here, and I saw from one of our friends from the news, from the media. We won, I didn't know this, we won 49 out of 50 states, shifted toward the GOP significantly. That's a big number. So we won the largest share of black and Hispanic votes of any Republican in the history of our country, recorded history of our country. So we won, think of that. We won the largest share of black and Hispanic voters. That's so incredible. They're unbelievable people. We respect them. We admire them. They've been through a lot. And they like us. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. But if you take a look at the border of Texas, the governor called me, Greg Abbott, who's a great guy, called me up. He said, you won every single town on the border. And these towns were always blue. They were a dark, strong blue, and we won every single town up and down the border in Texas. We won with married women. What about unmarried women? What happened to unmarried women? We won with married women. We won half of all ages. Think of that. More than 50% of the 18 to 29-year-olds, the highest in many decades, the highest number. And again, it really has to do with common sense. You know, people don't want men playing in women's sports. They don't want it. You know, I said that during the last few weeks, I was very heavy on the common sense things. Like they want a border. They want people to come into our country. They do. They don't want to have exclusion, but they want to come in legally through a system. They don't want them coming in through prisons and through where you dump the prison from countries all over the world, dumping prisons into our country. The prisoners dumped into our country by the millions. They don't want that. They don't want all of the kind of things that they don't want drug dealers. They don't want gang members. They don't want people that are causing trouble. They don't want people that the country doesn't want. And they had I would say a truth, Elon would say an X, but it came out and it had 12 different things, and it went down a list of things, and part of it was that the cartels were bringing in drugs. They don't want them. It's stopping you. Where do you see the numbers that are going to be released? In 2 days, things happened to our country. This is 2 days as of 3 days ago, but things are happening to our country that we didn't see happening for years. The caravans on the way up, 35,000 people, they're breaking up. They're breaking up. They're not making the journey. And we had 3 or 4 of the highest, I guess almost every single day we set new records in the stock market, we set new records economically, we're doing good. Now the only thing is, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important, maybe you should pass a bill. You have to start my term from November 5th, okay, or November 6th if you want. November 5th, because the market's gone through the roof. Enthusiasm's doubled. It's doubled in the last short while. And I watched a liberal commentator say, you know, whether you like him or not, there seems to be a beautiful light shining over our country and even over the world. I said, this guy didn't say that. But we're going to we have to defeat inflation, and while inflation's down, the costs are way too high. And when I went around, I heard something that was very interesting, the word grocery. It's sort of such a strange, simple, nice word. You know, I'm going out for groceries today. They talked about that more than any other item. The groceries are too high. And when you think about it, that's a very bad thing. And I talked about that a lot the last couple of weeks, and it resonated. I tell a story about a woman. She got 3 apples, an old woman. She had 3 apples, and she brought them up to the cash register, and she looked at the woman, and she said, is that the right price? And the woman said, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. And she said, oh, that's okay. Could you wait 1 minute? And she took one of the 3 apples, and she brought it back to the refrigeration, and she came back gently up to the cash register, and she paid for 2 apples instead of 3. That should not be happening in our country. That should not be happening here. It's not going to happen here. We're gonna make it a much different part. We're going to slash energy costs. We're going to get your energy bills in half, and that's going to bring down the costs, generally speaking. And we're going to have a whole new. We have a big announcement, and I won't tell you the name of his exact name. I think he's an incredible person. Got an unbelievably wonderful wife named Catherine. So I won't tell you his name. It might be something like Burgum. He's from North Dakota. He's going to be announced tomorrow for a very big position. So everybody's waiting. There he is. Hi, Doug. He's going to be announced tomorrow. We have somebody else that's probably coming up with him to be announced, who's a big one. And we're going to do things with energy and with land, interior, that is going to be incredible. And so I look forward to doing the formal announcement, although this is a pretty big announcement right now. Actually, he's going to head the department, and he's going to fantastic. Good, Doug. Congratulations, Catherine. But we'll make the formal announcement tomorrow. We're going to reduce regulation, waste, fraud, and inefficiency, and these 2 guys are going to find a lot of it. We're going to clean out the corrupt, broken, and failing bureaucracies, and that's what we're going to be doing. And we're going to stop child sexual mutilation. We're going to stop it because it's time. It's time. It's time, and it's not right what's going on. It is mutilation, and it's not going to happen. We have to stop it. We have to get back to a great country with low taxes and strong military. We're going to fix our military. We did it once. Now we're going to have to do it again. We didn't know a big chunk of it was going to be given to Afghanistan. We're going to work on Middle East, and we're going to work very hard on Russia and Ukraine. It's got to stop. Russia and Ukraine's got to stop. Thousands and thousands. I saw a report today. Thousands of people over the last 3 days were killed. Thousands and thousands of people were killed. They happen to be soldiers, but whether they're soldiers or they're people sitting in towns, we're going to work it. So I just want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I really want to congratulate Linda, you and Brooke for the job you've done. And it's an honor to be here. And thank you, Sly. Thank you, everybody. Great honor. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I want to thank everybody for being here. You know, when Mrs. Post and E.F. Hutton, her husband at the time, when they built Mar-a-Lago many years ago, the Roaring 20s. It was the Roaring 20s, and we're hotter right now than they ever were in the Roaring 20s, I believe. We're going to be a lot hotter, but we're going to keep it going. We're not going to have 1929 happen. Although, if it would have continued the way it was, it might not have been too good. But when they built it, nobody knew some people that have been so instrumental in doing such a great job in terms of not only policy, but people. And people love them. Brooke Rollins, who put this on with Linda McMahon. Linda has been a great friend of mine for a long time, right, Linda? I want to thank you very much. And the America First Policy Institute, what a job they've done. But I said, you know, the policy is much more important if we do it for 8 years than it is if we do it for 4 years. So I said, let's do this. Don't worry about your policy. Let's get out and let's win the election. But nobody knew we were going to win it the way we wanted. That was our big one. So that was really great. And Javier, I'd like to congratulate you on the job you've done for Argentina. Your speech was beautiful, but the job you've done is incredible. Make Argentina great again. You know, MAGA. He's a MAGA person. And you know, he's doing that. He's actually doing it. Just happens to work with EA. That one we don't have to worry about. It doesn't work so well with other countries, but you know what? I think your numbers are working also. You've done a fantastic job in a very short period of time. It's an honor to have you here. That's really great. Thank you. Also, Speaker Mike Johnson, wherever you may be, Mike, in this very big and crowded room. Thank you, Mike. I went yesterday, just in case, I said, look, I want to tell you I'm behind this man 100%, and he got 100% of the vote from Republicans. Are you sure? You sure, huh? Yeah, he's doing a great job. Nothing easy. We actually had one little period, about 4 weeks, where we had a majority of 1. That was not pretty, right? And you handled it beautifully. He just kept that stiff upper lip. But he's doing a really good job, and that was a great vote you got yesterday. Totally unanimous vote. Congratulations, Mike. That's beautiful. Members of Congress, all of whom voted for Mike, and they've been my friends. It's just a small group, but we have a lot of them outside, and we have a lot of them coming over the weekend. Byron Donalds, the star. Where's Byron? Byron, what a star. What a star. Thank you, Byron. Ronnie Jackson, Doc Ronnie, he's been a lot of things. He was my doctor. He was a great admiral, you know, highly respected admiral, great doctor at the White House, and now he's a very popular congressman. He won by 48 points. That's pretty good. Of course, it was a very, very Trumpy district, but he won by 48 points. But when he was a doctor, they asked him the question, the fake news, which is here. Look. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. We invited him, and they said, can we come in? I said, we have nothing to hide as Republicans, right? We have nothing to hide. But they asked Ronnie, they asked the doctor, he was up in the podium, who is the healthiest? Because he was the doctor for Barack Hussein Obama, Donald Trump, and he was the doctor for Bush also. They said, who's the healthiest of them all? He said, without question, it's Donald Trump. And I said, I like that guy. I said, I like that guy. And he's doing great. Jason Smith is here, a great, great congressman. Wesley Hunt, wow. And Mike Waltz, who's going to be doing a little other work for us in the very near future. We just nominated him, and he's going to be doing a great job in the administration. And I promised Mike that I wouldn't be taking too many more before we start counting the votes, okay? He said, please, could you slow down a little bit? I just like the people in Congress, Mike. I'm sorry. But no, don't worry about it, Mike. Just relax. Just relax. We have a man who has a seriously high IQ. You know, I'm a person that believes in high IQs, and his is about as high as they get. He launched a rocket 3 weeks ago, and then he went to Pennsylvania to campaign because he considered this more important than launching rockets that cost billions of dollars. Elon Musk. Elon.
He is not wrong for that. He could not have done that with those people, and he'll never give him credit.
What a job he does. And he happens to be a really good guy. You know, he likes this place. I can't get him out of here. He just likes this place. And you know what? I like having him here, too. He's good. He's done a fantastic job. Really an incredible mind, and he's an unbelievable entrepreneur, sort of everything. I'm asking him, what do you do best? And we were not able to figure it out, but it's a lot of things. Another one who's another great mind and a great guy and so popular, and I think he's right. He wants to make people healthy. It's driven him pretty wild over the last number of years. The Democrats didn't treat him well. He was doing fantastically well, and I think they came out with some rule that you had to do this, like you had to get 70 or 75% of the vote to qualify to be in the primary. That was a pretty tough thing to get. And he was doing incredibly well, and he decided he can't do it, went independent. Now he's with us all the way. And today I nominated him for, I guess, if you like health and if you like people that live a long time, it's the most important position, RFK Jr. Bobby? And I just looked at the news reports. People like you, Bobby. Don't get too popular, Bobby. Oh. You know, you've reached about the level. Now, we want you to come up with things and ideas and what you've been talking about for a long time, and I think you're going to do some unbelievable things. Nobody's going to be able to do it like you, and boy, does he feel it in his heart. So congratulations also to your family. And a woman who was a Democrat and was an independent, she went independent, and last week she said, I want to be a Republican because this is what I stand for. And I've always admired her, and I've admired her because she was loaded up with common sense. And it's all about common sense. I mean, we're conservative in this room, but we can understand the other side. But what we really are is people with common sense. And I think that's why we won with the numbers that we won by. Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you, Tulsi. Great comments there. And you have Vivek Ramaswamy. It's taken people a long time, and now that name is emblazoned into their brain. But Vivek, wherever you may be, where are you, Vivek? Thank you, Vivek. Good. You're working with Elon on efficiency. They're working on efficiency, among other things, and they're going to be saving a lot of money and making our country stronger and better. And they'll be coming out with individual reports, but a big one toward the end. And you put those two together, it's going to be really great. So we look forward to seeing it, working with Elon, and definitely a great experience. You're going to learn something from Elon, I think. It's going to be great. Thank you very much, Vivek. And great job. What you've done is fantastic. And somebody that I've admired for a long time, but I've really gotten to know him in my political life, but especially I think over the last year, more than maybe ever before, maybe more than even in the first 4 years, because we had a tremendous success in my first term, and then bad things happened, and we had to wait. I couldn't wait. I was going. I was saying they're not going to do it. They're not going to help us. They're not going to save this country. And it really dawned on me about 10 days out. I said, wait a minute, with 10 days, I waited 4 years, 3 years, 2 years. All of a sudden, it's 10 days, and then every day seemed so long. But I knew by the crowds we were getting, it was going to be really something. And Newt Gingrich got up, and he said, this is a very special thing that's happening. Because nobody has ever had crowds, and they just wanted hope. They wanted something. They just didn't want what they had, and nobody expressed it more beautifully than Newt Gingrich, and thank you, Newt, very much. It was really beautiful. And Callista, thank you very much. Thank you, Callista. But the American people have just delivered really something very, very amazing. The biggest political victory in 129 years. Can you believe that, Newt? 120. They said the most consequential election. I love that word. It's a beautiful word. Most consequential election in the last 129 years. Wow, that's something. So we swept all swing states. We won the popular vote. Oh, I love that. You know, in the last one, in my first term, they said he won the election, but he didn't. They always followed by he didn't win the popular vote. That's what they say. I don't even know is it true or not. Who knows? But they would say he didn't win the popular vote, and we won the popular vote by records now, which nobody can say that anymore about us. Nobody can say that because we won the popular vote. And I didn't win it, the people won it. The great people of our country won the popular vote, and that's what they wanted, and this was something really special. Won the White House, recaptured the Senate, and now, as of today, recaptured the House. Thank you very much, Congressman. on track. Looks like we have it. The largest margin in the national vote in presidential year since 1928. That's a long time ago. Well, that's interesting. That's when this house was built, 1928. It took a lot of years, but that was when it was completed. And something that I just read here, and I saw from one of our friends from the news, from the media, we won, I didn't know this, we won 49 out of 50 states, shifted toward the GOP significantly. That's a big number. So we won the largest share of black and Hispanic votes of any Republican in the history of our country, recorded history of our country. So we would think of that. We were the largest share of black and Hispanic voters. That's so incredible. They're unbelievable people. We respect them. We admire them. They've been through a lot. And they like us. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. But if you take a look at the border of Texas, the governor called me, Greg Abbott, who's a great guy, called me up. He said, you went every single town on the border. And these towns were always blue. They were a dark, strong blue, and we won every single town up and down the border in Texas. We won with married women. What about unmarried women? What happened to unmarried women? We won with married women. We won half of all ages. Think of that. More than 50% of the 18 to 29-year-olds, the highest in many decades, the highest number. And again, it really has to do with common sense. You know, people don't want men playing in women's sports. They don't want. You know, I said that during the last few weeks, I was very heavy on the common sense things. Like they want a border. They want people to come into our country. They do. They don't want to have exclusion, but they want to come in legally through a system. They don't want them coming in through prisons and through where you dump the prison from countries all over the world, dumping prisons into our country. The prisoners dumped into our country by the millions. They don't want that. They don't want all of the kind of things they don't want drug dealers. They don't want gang members. They don't want people that are causing trouble. They don't want people that the country doesn't want. And they had I would say a truth, Elon, but it came out and it had 12 different things, and it went down a list of things, and part of it was that the cartels were bringing in drugs. They don't want them in stopping. When you see the numbers that are going to be released, in 2 days, things happen to our country. This is 2 days as of 3 days ago, but things are happening to our country that we didn't see happening for years. The caravans on the way up, 35,000 people, they're breaking up. They're not making the journey. And we had 3 or 4 of the highest, I guess almost every single day we set new records in the stock market. We set new records economically. We're doing good. Now the only thing is, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important, maybe you should pass a bill. You have to start my term from November 5th, okay? Or November 6th if you want. November 5th, because the market's gone through the roof. Enthusiasm's doubled. It's doubled in the last short while. And I watched a liberal commentator say, you know, whether you like him or not, there seems to be a beautiful light shining over our country and even over the world. I said, this guy didn't say that. But we have to defeat inflation, and while inflation's down, the costs are way too high. And when I went around, I heard something that was very interesting. The word grocery. It's sort of such a strange, nice word. You know, I'm going out for groceries today. They talked about that more than any other item. The groceries are too high. And when you think about it, that's a very bad thing. And I talked about that a lot in the last couple of weeks, and it resonated. I tell a story about a woman. She got 3 apples. An old woman. She had 3 apples, and she brought them up to the cash register.
Seems like this is replaying. I think I've seen this like 3 times now.
Is that the right price? The woman said, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, yes it is. And she said, oh, that's okay, could you wait 1 minute? And she took one of the...
Oh, my controller go. Oh, bless you. I really need you to get off the bed so I can clean the blankets and shit. And then you're not allowed to load it on them again. You know, dude, but you need a bath, boy. Making a bed steam. Oh. As bad as secret was. Let's get this upgrade. What? Oh, come on. That many victims? More art. Is that it? We upgrade everything here. Yes, I got all the upgrades except for that right there. Kind of a lame target right there. I guess we're gonna get this decoration. All the birds. Okay. Very nice. Let's see. really. And it don't even do nothing. It's supposed to be like a board. Where's the thing that I want? I just need the million. Oh man. New cosmetic type. Arcade link.
house or the other on Capitol Hill will have a new texture of government behind it. You'll really start to feel the cuts and the things that they're doing. I love the deadline.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campanio. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12.
Gosh, damn it. Hey guys.
Gavin Newsom signed AB 1955 today, which bans schools from making rules requiring parental notification if a child identifies as transgender. A lot of people thought that Gavin Newsom was going to veto this because it would make it appear that he was a little more moderate. So Jason Calacanakis, who's another one of these tech guys, he saw that headline and he wrote this: "So the state is the parent in California now, Gavin Newsom?" And then Elon Musk, and here's the big one: "This is the final straw. Because of this law and the many others that preceded it, attacking both families and companies, SpaceX will now move its headquarters from Hawthorne, California to Starbase X." And then Elon continued: "X headquarters, that's Twitter headquarters, will move to Austin." So Newsom saw Elon's tweet about leaving, and he wrote this: "You bent the knee," talking to Elon Musk. Elon Musk responded to that, and he said, "You never get off your knees," which I thought was quite good. Gavin Newsom signed AB 1955 today, which bans schools from making rules requiring parental notification if a child identifies as transgender. A lot of people thought that Gavin Newsom was going to veto this because it would make it appear that he was a little more moderate. So Jason Calacanakis, who's another one of these tech guys, he saw that headline and he wrote this: "So the state is the parent in California now, Gavin Newsom?" And then Elon Musk, and here's the big one: "This is the final straw. Because of this law and the many others that preceded it, attacking both families and companies, SpaceX will now move its headquarters from Hawthorne, California to Starbase X." And then Elon continued: "X headquarters, that's Twitter headquarters, will move to Austin." So Newsom saw Elon's tweet about leaving, and he wrote this: "You bent the knee," talking to Elon Musk. Elon Musk responded to that, and he said, "You never get off your knees," which I thought was quite good. Gavin Newsom signed AB 1955 today, which bans schools from...
Damn it. Ban schools, blah blah blah.
The Trumna just got its Prime version, and let's be real, it's everybody's new darling. But the Trumna Prime is not as straightforward as it seems, and I think many of you out there might be missing out on a lot of damage potential with it. So, in today's Warframe guide, I'm going to show you how to get the most out of your Trumna Prime, and of course, I got builds. Big shout out to all our generous channel members who helped me keep the lights on, and now, let's jump right into it. Now, first of all, let's talk about how you can actually get the Trumna Prime for yourself, because I'm sure many of you are wondering exactly that. In case you're watching this video at some point in the future where the Trumna Prime is not available in the game anymore, you can get the also very good normal Trumna from Father in the Necrolis as soon as you are rank 3. He has all the blueprints that you need, and then you can craft it for yourself. However, while the Prime is still in the game, you can get its components from the Neo W2, the Meso T7, Axie T12, and the Lith N16 relic. You can farm those relics in all the usual ways, but if you still have some standing with your syndicates to spare, then my personal recommendation would be to buy a couple of relic packs, because these can also contain those 4 relics. Good luck to you all with the farm. But now, let's talk about what the Trumna actually is. See, the Trumna is a fully automatic assault rifle that fires explosive rounds and therefore comes with a big noticeable recoil. It features a slow fire rate, a fat 250 round magazine, and a reload time that puts you in danger of dying of old age. However, it does have the legendary M1 Garand ping. Best weapon in the game. But, jokes aside, there's actually a little bit more to the Trumna because it has two different fire modes. First, the standard auto-fire that I already described with a small 1.6 meter AoE explosion on the impact of the round, but then once you take out 5 enemies with this normal auto-fire, you can unleash the alt-fire, which is actually the main selling point of this gun, because it is a super devastating explosive projectile that has a big AoE, does tons of damage, and bounces around, threats a whole lot of carnage in the entire room. So yeah, that's how the Trumna works. But now let's also take a look at the stats to better understand what the weapon is all about. The Trumna Prime on direct hit with a projectile deals both heat and impact damage, and also a whole lot of it. The radial explosion, both of the normal rounds as also of the big AoE, deal pure heat damage, and all in all stat-wise we have very healthy numbers. A nice crit chance of 24%, with an above average multiplier of 2.4, and a fat status chance of 34%. That's for the normal fire. For the big alt fire explosion, it looks even better. We have 38 fat percent crit chance, same multiplier, and 50% status chance. This is really, really strong. Oh yeah, and just in case you were wondering, compared to the normal Trumna, the Prime features quite some stat increases. I'm going to put both for you up on screen right now. And we see the Prime has more magazine size, has 1 second less reload time, which is actually a huge deal for this weapon, more crit damage, more status chance, and more damage overall. If you ask me, the normal Trumna is still a very viable weapon, but if you can, then the Prime is definitely worth going for. And just on the side, I would also be very happy if you would consider going for the like button as a valuable option, because it helps me big time with the YouTube algorithm, so cheers so much for your support. Okay, so much for how the Trumna works and how the stats look like. Before we jump into the build itself now, I just want to quickly take 1 minute to explain how I personally recommend using this weapon, just to make sure that we're all on the same page for how we build it. The Trumna Prime definitely does decent damage even with its fully automatic form. However, we need to be aware that if you want a weapon that deals mainly damage with its fully automatic fire, then there are much better options out there. In specific here, you burst on Prime Incarnon because it also features heat damage and it also features a little bit of an explosion on impact, but it's just way better than the full auto fire of the Trumna. No. The main way that I would recommend playing this is going for the full auto to charge up your alt fire and then unleashing the big explosion into a blob of enemies and clear the entire room. Rinse and repeat. But now, let's finally talk about the build, and when it comes to that, I want to actually jump in with what not to do on the Trumna, because in my opinion, this is quite a bit more interesting. First things first, as you see in the weapon stats, it has a low fire rate and it does impact damage, so you might consider internal bleeding to deal big slashes. However, the impact damage is only on direct hits and not on the AoE explosions, so in reality, you're not going to deal all that many impacts, therefore internal bleeding isn't really worth it in my opinion. Also, one thing you might consider, because it's a crit weapon and you do get quite some crits out of it, would be not internal bleeding, but actually Hunter munitions to turn this into a viral slash build. And also here, in my personal opinion, this is not the best option to go for. Since the Trumna has a relatively low fire rate, you're not going to get all that many slashes out of it, and even though they're quite powerful, especially if you cause it with the alt fire, since the Trumna deals innate heat damage, if you want to go for a damage over time build, then my personal recommendation would be to actually go for heat instead of slash. There are just way better slash crit AoE weapons out there, for example the Excalibur Prime. And finally, this is a very big one, do not use Galvanized Aptitude. Galvanized Aptitude on the mod says that it gives you base damage for every different element that is on the enemy. However, what it doesn't tell you is that this only counts for the direct hits of the Trumna. The AoE explosions, both of the normal as also from the alt fire, both of them are not at all affected by Galvanized Aptitude, meaning for the most powerful attack that you have, that you're actually gonna play for, this would be a completely wasted mod slot. Instead, you could just pop in an another base damage mod and it would be much, much stronger. But now that we know what not to do, let's finally talk about what to do and which mods I personally would recommend to put on your Trumna Prime. Today, I prepared 2 different builds for you. One is focused on dealing as much flat, direct damage as you can, and the other one is a damage over time build going into the Trumna's heat. Let's start with the flat damage first. In the arcane slot here, I go for Primary Merciless. This not only gives us a lot of base damage, but also it gives us 30% more reload speed, which for this weapon is actually really darn cool and reduces your very long 4-second reload to a more bearable duration. Up next, the base fire rate is pretty slow and we want to have that faster, so we go for file acceleration, the crit chance and crit damage mod. You could personally decide if you want to go critical delay or point strike, doesn't really make all that much of a difference. Galvanized chamber for the multi-shot, and then we need to double down into even more damage, because remember, this is a flat damage build, DOT, status chance, all that stuff, we don't care about that here, so we go for Serration for even more base damage.
Joe Rogan. Wow.
Man, it's beautiful, man. It's amazing her character that she handled that. I mean, this is her baby. Her baby just lost every round.
Joe Rogan has made a name for himself as a UFC commentator and with his world-renowned podcast. People from all walks of life come on his show, and he's always the moderator, the listener, prompting others to speak out. It's hard to believe someone like him has worries of his own, from childhood bullying to mental health issues to daily challenges that no one knows about until the moment he breaks down crying on live TV, leaving the audience speechless. In that moment, Joe Rogan's deep sadness and childhood trauma surface. What has he gone through in his life? Who listens to him and comforts him? Join us as we look at how Joe Rogan cried on live TV and left the audience speechless. Personal struggles of Joe Rogan. Joe's struggles go back to his childhood. He grew up without a stable father figure.
Yeah, that's like a lot of us. Let's listen to this.
Why did Trump win? 2 important reasons that don't get enough credit. Number 1, the news media, and number 2, the frenzy, out-of-touch Democratic base. Of course, you first and foremost gotta point to the issues, right? Unchecked migration, rampant inflation, and the Democrats' unyielding focus on identity politics while people in our major cities are afraid to leave their homes at night. Your fear stinks of bigotry, they said. And it doesn't matter. You cannot vote for this man, because if you do, it will be our last election. And as our news media marched to the single drumbeat, many of our citizens who oppose Trump have yelled at the other half of the country now for years, insisting that you support this man because you're a racist and misogynist. They're the people on my Instagram feed posting on their stories, if you voted for that word, blah, 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 unfollow me. And I know they're hurting, so I obliged. My loss. It's okay, guys. Not my best friends. My best friends, who voted for Kamala Harris, was chill with me voting for Trump, and I was chill with them. I FaceTimed one of them on election night. I drank vodka seltzer, and she drank wine. We ended up spending an entire hour talking about everything but the election. Now, the news media, they have to say something after this outcome, right? After all, they've been beating this meat for over 2 years now. Trump cannot be president again. We're warning you guys, it might spell the end of our republic. It was an endless barrage of do as I say or else. And after Trump's resounding victory, all these news media outlets come up with these extraneous talking points, you know, like Trump's rise is an indication that blah, blah, blah. A lot of charts, a lot of sweet nothings. But you guys in the news media didn't need to do all that. Superfluous. Let me simplify for you. It was a fuck you to you guys in the media. It was a fuck you from the great state of Michigan. It was a fuck you from the great state of Wisconsin. And it was a fuck your mom from our great state of Pennsylvania. All the swing states, actually. And most importantly, it was a go fuck yourself
from the American people, who delivered not only all 7 swing states, but the popular vote for Mr. Trump. Now, in response to Mr. Trump's victory, the news media have been in a frenzy, discussing, analyzing, among other things, the popular discontent against the establishment elite, and how Trump's populist rhetoric and vision propelled him to victory yet again. But the thing is, I hear them talk about that a lot, but never, ever do I see the news media raise in earnest the question that should naturally flow from that observation, which is, hey, is this discontent and anger justified? Because you guys in the news media make it seem like it's not. Like it's some misdirected anger of which Trump is taking advantage by riding its wave, but no, it is justified. Because you guys are out of control, and you don't even see it. So let me talk about that. When I was younger, I was initially on the side of the news media the first time around when it was Trump versus the news. He would call them fake news, and they would in turn say he's eroding the trust in our institutions, that dispense violence, breach the vote. And I was like, wow, yeah, that is dangerous. And I used to think that people who had this blanket, generalized distrust of the news were naive. But it was quite literally the other way around. You know? I was the naive one. I just had not lived enough. And I'm sure this resonates with a lot of people, because look at the outcome. This is what happened. One guy says about another, don't vote for him. He's an evil maniac. And the other guy says, nah, he's just saying that because he's projecting. He's the chairman of the unit parties who didn't really give a crap about your problems and has to only pay lip service once every 4 years because some founding fathers from a few hundred years ago kind of forced them to. And that one guy in return says, don't listen to him. The fact that he's attacking me, I'm a VIP. Him attacking me means he's a liar. He's Hitler. And the people, after witnessing this charade unfold this past decade, watched it closely, every little bump of the road. The people concluded, oh yeah, we believe the second guy. Cool. Here's what we eventually figured out. Took some of us a bit longer than others. Trump did not sow the seed of the public's mistrust of our legacy news media. Okay? He didn't throw feces at them. He happened to walk past them and merely pointed out, hey, you're covered in shit. And everyone who was forced to sit around the shit-stained journalist was like, oh my god, yes, thank you. The funny thing is, my distrust of the news media didn't even stem from their coverage of Trump. It was their coverage of everything else this past few years. It's jarring when you realize it, because you would assume that such established institutions as our news media would have checks and guards in place to ensure at least a semblance of fairness, balance, and honesty, but no. They lie all the time. And when I first noticed it, I thought to myself, wow, are you guys allowed to lie like that?
She's now first noticed.
Evidently so. Here's how they lie and why. And I'll give you some examples, okay? Lying comes first in the form of material misrepresentation, or omission of relevant facts that render the story they portray as a whole misleading. You do that in the process of negotiating a business transaction, you're subject to civil liability. You do that to the American people as a news anchor, no consequences, apparently. Secondly, there's the soft lying, or puffery, in the form of massaging the truth, with purposeful word choices that leave the viewers more inclined to interpret the set of facts you report under a lens you provide. This incessant lying leads you to the question, why? Why do the news media do this? And here's what I think. I don't really believe in some evil cabal of overlords trying to purposefully manipulate our thoughts. That would be depressing, so no one hand me that red pill. I think it's this. These news anchors, journalists, and political commentators that shape public opinion, they grew up in a certain environment, being around certain people, going to certain schools, like Quad, Exeter. And they spent their summers interning at the very same organizations they will eventually become stars in, using the connections not available to the average person. And most importantly, throughout all this, they were inculcated with a certain set of values, and those values are the progenitors of our woke culture today. These anchors, journalists, and commentators have become the shepherds of their culture, of this culture, with their influence, and in turn, with this influence, they've come to see their own kingdoms behind their eyes. Eventually, the fervor of megalomania takes over, and they seek to make the world in their own image. They start believing in their own baloney. They convince themselves that every dubious step they take is for the public good. So who cares if you have to massage the truth, or refuse to report certain things that go against the narrative? Why report this? This isn't relevant, they conclude. Like they should be the judges of that. Why did I start YouTube? You can go back and look yourself. I saw all these dozens and dozens of videos was saying something that directly contradicted what I saw with my own eyes. NBC said viral videos show people of color as perpetrators of anti-Asian attacks. In reality, says NBC, 70% of anti-Asian attacks are committed by white people. Then I dig into this little study they cite, done by this quack professor, who reaches this conclusion using data that did not include data from New York, SF, and LA, where a vast majority of these anti-Asian attacks were happening. And this journalist just reported this as if it was the truth, because they wanted it to be the truth. People were dying, and this shameful journalist was preoccupied with painting an image to counter a reality he or she was not ready to contend with. Shameful, shameful behavior. Misrepresentation and omission of material facts, also known as lying.
There you go.
Or, what about, as I said, the soft lying, the puffery, wielding the power of language and word choices to manipulate. Take the phrase, mostly peaceful protests. Oh, yes, we here in Ferguson are seeing mostly peaceful protests. Back to you, John. I've seen journalists say those kinds of words with a backdrop of a burning vehicle. You know why this is extremely dishonest. What they purport to convey, at least on paper, is that most people who participated in the protest did not engage in violence. And sure, if that's the truth, you can say those words, but you and I can all read the subtext when they insist on that particular three-letter phrase. One has become a term of art, the mostly peaceful protests. What they mean is, since the protests are mostly peaceful, in that only a minority of the protesters are engaging in violence, you better not have a problem with the riots. You better not have a problem with the hoodlums ransacking Target. And you better not have a problem with street rats commandeering the police station. Why do you have a problem with it? What, are you racist? You don't care about the issue? What's the problem? We just told you the protests are mostly peaceful. It's a ridiculous phrase, mostly peaceful, because something is either peaceful or it's not. If a sizable contingent who does not compose the majority start causing trouble, the protest is no longer peaceful. Not mostly peaceful, it's just not peaceful. You're showing us videos of our cities burning down and concurrently using that phrase, and you're wondering why people think you're a bunch of liars? Okay? It's not about Trump. Trump merely pointed it out. And the reason why Trump supporters are loyal to him is because for their entire lives, they've noticed this going on, but no politician has ever talked about it. They just figured, oh, the media is too powerful for any one politician to take on. They can make or break a person. And yet, here comes a candidate. He points at the CNN correspondent and says, you are fake news. So the people who have noticed and lament this perpetual drag on our society, they can't help but say, wow, I'm impressed. Thank you. And I'm saying it too. Hey, Mr. President, thanks for taking them on, because these people are out of control. They want to play God. If you're so hungry for power, run for office. Don't get cute with the way you get our information. Looking at you, Don Lemon, Rachel Maddow, and Joey Ray. Yuck. Now, not to be undone, we also have the Democratic base firmly tethered to reality, like a fly caught in a cobweb. Again, minus my friends, who are really cool. If you guys are watching, thanks for sticking with me, even though I've changed a lot. And look, I get it. There's many Democrats, like my friends, who are fine people, who are okay with differences in opinion. But I'm talking about that special segment of the Democratic base, the ones who cannot tolerate a difference in opinion and are perpetually angry for no reason. We won't hear this from CNN, but I think that played a huge role. People are fed up with this kind of attitude and want to take a stand against it. Here's what I mean. Do you notice this funny phenomenon in life where comedians are the most depressed people, therapists are the most mentally unstable, and strippers don't kiss on the first date? It's almost as if the identity that you seek to project out into the world is the exact opposite of who you are on the inside. I don't know what that's about. Ask a psychologist. My point is, do you notice how the so-called party of tolerance is the most hateful, ignorant bunch we see in our public discourse? I have never been subject to mild racist abuse until I shifted to the right. That's when I realized, oh, these people are chugging the Kool-Aid. The Kool-Aid is this little story they created for themselves, and the story goes, we're fighting for our lives because people who oppose us do so because they want to take away our rights. You know, the victim mentality. This is something I've wanted to say for a long, long time. It's been stewing, and it feels like now is the right time to say it. And I'm not being facetious, I'm not being glib, nor irreverent. I'm genuinely asking, what rights? Huh? That's your opinion, not some objective truth. Okay? You can have that opinion. That's your freedom. But the problem is, you act like it's a fact and act accordingly, thinking you can say whatever out-of-pocket stuff you want to your opponents because your rights are under attack. No. Okay? How is it your opinion and not a fact? I'll tell you. The rights that you speak of are one of two things. Okay? The first one is imaginary rights. I know all rights are imaginary in a certain sense, but in this context, wow, you've really taken the cake on this one. You've conjured these rights out of thin air one day and expect everyone else to go along with it yesterday. Like the right of trans women, so biological men, so men, the right of men to enter women's locker rooms insofar as they say they're women. Bonkers. Bonkers. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, we're being intimidated to go along with the idea that this is their right. Why? Who died and made you king? And if I vote for someone who likewise thinks it's bonkers, I'm violating your rights, I'm causing genocide, get real. Same thing with deporting illegal immigrants. They have a right to stay here. They have a right to recall. Says who? Again, who died and made you king? Let me be really clear. In my personal life, I am surrounded by illegal immigrants, some of whom I love. They're like family to me. And were they ever to be processed for deportation, I would show up and testify to their good moral character at their deportation hearings to try to convince the immigration. Judge of their goodness, with the hopes that he will exercise his discretion to withhold removal, okay? Which is what the law allows for in certain cases. You can see me as a hypocrite, I don't care. If I cared deeply about what everyone thought, I wouldn't have started this YouTube channel to begin with. But if Trump made it such that these immigration judges no longer have the discretion to withhold removal insofar as it can be proved that the person being charged is here illegally, well, I would not oppose that. Because yeah, despite the considerations in my personal life, I know there's that matter of the greater good. This is what my fellow citizens asked for. He has a mandate. Why? Duh. Millions in a matter of 2 years. People see that, and they're rightfully concerned that this is the start of the end. I kind of think that too. And it would be very ugly, despite my considerations, to just insist that it's their right to stay here and their rights are being violated. That is different than you trying to convince people by the power of persuasion, not intimidation, that it should be their right. Those are two separate things. And so those are what I like to call imaginary rights. The second type of right that got you guys all worked up is rights which are in genuine debate. And I'm talking specifically about abortion. Women's rights are being rolled back. Is that what is actually happening, or is that your interpretation of what's going on? Because guess what? I think abortion should be legal. But I don't think it should be a constitutional right, okay? Those are two separate questions. Here's why I think that. If a majority of the people want to restrict abortions, to me, that's a sound exercise of democracy. Okay? A lot of people, men and women, think that there are profound moral questions relating to the act of abortion. You can say that's wrong, but that's how they feel. And we live in a free society, people are allowed to have that opinion. And if they feel like it's an act that should be outlawed, they have every right to petition their government to do so. Basic function of government is to reflect and uphold, through the section of law, the moral codes by which our collective has decided everyone must abide, okay? We think murder is immoral, so we penalize it. We think engaging in fraud is disreputable, so our criminal law forbids it. If our collective has those moral reservations about the act of abortion, our collective can likewise seek to restrict it, or even prohibit it outright. And sure, we have come to acknowledge that certain rights are inalienable, as in, they cannot be taken from you even if a tyrannical majority seeks to do so. But the question here is abortion one of these rights? That's what we're talking about. And a lot of people, including the justices of the Supreme Court, think no, it's not. And after having read the opinion of the court, I cannot help but agree with their reasoning. All that the Supreme Court said was no. We humans have certain inalienable rights, and if not enumerated in our Constitution, we created these long-held standards with our precedents to determine whether something's a right, implicitly afforded to us by the Constitution by way of substantive due process. And we have decided that the right to an abortion, if it is a right at all, does not meet that burden. Which means we're punting it back to the people. The people. The people get to decide whether it is a right. And that's what the people are doing right now. Some states say yes, and others say no. And I think this is correct. But of course, this is just my opinion. And therein lies the difference. I can recognize when something is my opinion, but you, seemingly, cannot. The idea that your rights are being rolled back or your freedom is under attack, it's in your head. It's your opinion, not a fact, okay? You cannot distinguish between them because in the heat of the argument, you have lost perspective. And I mean, sure, you can argue that it should be a constitutional right, and people should hear that. But I think it's rather juvenile, manipulative, and toxic to just insist that it is right, and that because others don't think so, they're just the scum of the earth want to violate your rights. Grow up. Stop yelling, stop hurling ad hominem attacks, join the rest of us in a long conversation, okay? Because I've really had it with the people in the Democratic base who will just scream, you're violating our rights, just because other people have a different idea of what constitutes a right. Your anger is Shakespearean. It's much ado about nothing. And you can blast that one Beyonce song about freedom at your little rallies. It doesn't make a difference, okay? So how does that relate to the election result? I think regular people, those who you characterize as far right simply because they disagree with you, I think regular people are really, really fed up with your venomous disposition and voted for Trump in part to stick it to you guys. That's what I did. People are sick of your sanctimonious, holier-than-thou attitude. We're the vanguards of justice and liberation, and everyone who opposes us are evil people. Gross. Yucky attitude. And so, that's my conclusion on why Trump won. You guys, and by that I mean the members of the news media, as well as the rabid parts of the Democratic base who poison the well of our discourse with this incessant delusion that you're in an emergency mode because your rights are being suppressed. You guys sure act like you guys are the judge, the jury, and the executioner for what is right and just. But hey, you're not the main character, we have opinions too, okay? The difference is, we don't insist that you are violating our fundamental freedom because you disagree with us. This is a long-winded way of saying, you guys just love smelling your own farts. And you guys are free to do that, but the rest of us, we're gonna crack open the window a little bit to let a little breeze named Donald J. Trump in. Because the rest of us, the majority of the American people, cannot stand your stench. And thanks to you guys, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of this country. Make sure to keep the same energy you have with Biden, okay? Thanks for watching, you guys.
Let's see if that's James that knows. No. You know you're technically white, right? You're Caucasian. So you call yourself Asian. Really? Yeah. DNA's too similar. Not Asian, but I guess we're Asian. Either way, whatever you want to call it.
Welcome back, everyone. Maximum Effort. Deadpool and Thanos meeting each other in the Soul World during Avengers Infinity War. All kinds of deleted scenes Ryan Reynolds just released and Marvel just released for the movie, so we'll break it all down. There was a ton of stuff that they hadn't talked about before. He also joked that he had way more deleted scenes on his phone, and he was threatening to release them like a joke, that he was just going to start releasing more and more deleted scenes that we hadn't seen before. So whatever they do wind up releasing, of course I will continue to do videos for. If you're brand new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to get everything. They can make entire other movies with all the deleted scenes that they've been releasing from this movie. Like, there's 4 movies inside this one movie. The actual Deadpool versus Thanos deleted scene here would have taken place during one of the alternate versions of the movie that Ryan Reynolds said that he pitched to Kevin Feige before they actually landed on the version of the movie that we saw in theaters. It would have been called Deadpool's Deleted Scenes Extravaganza, with him and Doctor Strange here coming out of the portal on the cover. It was going to be an entire movie of just different scenes from previous Marvel movies that they would have added Deadpool in with special effects. All with the purpose of revealing that he's been in the MCU this whole time, and he'd been in all the Marvel movies up to this point, but nobody had noticed him. So the Thanos scene would have been Deadpool showing up during the events of Avengers Infinity War, during the snap when he attacks Wakanda, then actually snaps the Infinity Gauntlet. Presumably, he would have seen Deadpool inside the Soul World. There's actually a couple ways to explain how that would be possible based on the way the Soul World works in the comics, and also Deadpool's ability to break the fourth wall. The Russos also changed the way the Soul World works a little bit for the purposes of the movies. They explained that after those movies came out a couple years ago. Just inside the MCU movies, after someone is able to snap the Infinity Gauntlet, right after they're transported to the Soul World inside the Soul Gem that's able to hold copies of all the souls in the universe. And what each person sees inside the Soul World is usually someone really meaningful to them. Like Gamora was Thanos' favorite daughter, who he loved, he was very close with. The reason it's young Gamora in Infinity War is because it's the soul of older Gamora just appearing to him in younger form, because that's how Thanos is thinking of her now. Each person who snaps the gauntlet sees different things that are personal to them specifically inside the Soul World. So for instance, when Iron Man snapped the Infinity Gauntlet during Endgame, there was a deleted scene of him meeting his daughter, Morgan Stark, in adult form. This would have also explained that the Soul World exists outside of time, when past, present, and future all exist at the same time, and that's why he's able to see his daughter's future soul in adult form talking to him.
If you're happy, I'm happy.
So here's the follow-up question to this Thanos and Deadpool scene. If Thanos is seeing Deadpool in the Soul World, that means that they're saying that at some point Thanos became very close to Deadpool in a deeply personal way because he's seeing him instead of young Gamora in the Soul World here. So you can let me know what you think happened between them for Deadpool to become so close to Thanos that he's the person that he sees in the Soul World, like how deeply personal he became to him. But the entire alternate version of this Deadpool and Wolverine movie would have been scenes like this. Just an entire movie of the wildest, most unhinged deleted scenes from previous Marvel movies with Deadpool added in. I would have totally paid the price of a ticket to go see that movie a couple times. This next deleted scene that Ryan Reynolds just released as I'm posting this video features more Jean Grey name drops, bunch of Nickelback jokes, more Thor crying jokes, and in the clip Deadpool also makes references to getting up close and personal with Thor separately from the earlier time when he saw him in his future on the monitors, meaning that Deadpool has already seen Thor.
I would cry, but what happened between you and Jean? You guys seem so good together. Wait. You've never seen the trailer for Tiptoes? You'll love it. I've been called a lot of disgusting things over the years, but reliable narrator is not one of them. Do you know that minus 40 Fahrenheit is minus 40 Celsius? It's so stupid. I don't think Tiptoes is a movie now. I think they just made a trailer.
Minus 4.
And he was crying. Thor. For me, like a baby. The god of thunder. Piggyback ambush. Fuck off. And I'll tell you, so handsome, but up close, no thank you. You won't believe this, but his hair? Extensions. Cheap ones. Unless you're in a professional salon, you cannot hide hair lace.
Why you're so climbable? Ripper. Talk. It sounds better when you say it in Australian accent. Yeah, you got a nice little time, Ripper. Yeah, that's fun.
So you can let me know when you think Deadpool actually met Thor in person. He could have done it if he saw Cable's time travel device and just jumped to some other part in the timeline. They never explained what happened between Jean Grey and this Wolverine in his universe. She died though, like she's dead in his universe because of what happened. Like that's the regret that he experiences during the movie, as he explains. His entire team of X-Men and all the children too at the school were dead. The very obscure Tiptoes reference is also a Matthew McConaughey joke. If you didn't see that movie, the trailer he's talking about is for Matthew McConaughey's 2003 comedy Tiptoes, and he's just joking that that wasn't an actual movie. It was an actual movie, but the reason why he's making the trailer joke, like I think it was just a trailer, is because Matthew McConaughey just recently, like very recently, went on a podcast and rewatched his own trailer himself for the first time and just clowned on himself. So Deadpool is making fun of Matthew McConaughey, who was making fun of himself.
Trailer's so good. I've never seen the trailer. This is so good.
Very, very meta kind of joke to make for Deadpool. There's another deleted scene that he just released that was from after the Deadpool Corps final fight where Peter Pool shows up and they're all giving their speeches, and it's the Deadpool Corps clowning on Deadpool. I had to cut a couple of the F-bombs out of this just because YouTube is so hardcore, but this is the clip.
My Peter gave me a sense of belonging, where no one else would. From the diaphragm, yeah! Who said that? Go back to Canada! All that stuff was Peter stuff!
Some of you might have detected too, the voice at the very end of that when they're all clowning on him, who says go back to Canada, is actually Walker Scobell, because Ryan Reynolds is from Canada naturally, but they also filmed the Adam Project, the film that he did with Walker Scobell in Vancouver in Canada. Originally, Walker Scobell was supposed to play Kidpool during the movie, but it took them so long to actually make it that he aged up, he grew so big, and they wanted Kidpool to be a little kid, so that's why Ryan Reynolds' daughter wound up playing the character. There are a bunch more Easter eggs they show here. You see Wolverine doing the X-Men the Animated Series meme with the picture. They've actually done a couple different versions of this too. They revealed the other alternate versions of the movie that they were going to make were Dead Hard, a Die Hard parody obviously, Deadpool and the Tramp, a reference to Lady and the Tramp, big Disney movie, with Deadpool being the lady and Peter being the tramp in that equation. Minimum Pants, Maximum Bother. That's also a follow-up on all the Winnie the Poohing jokes that Ryan Reynolds made in previous Deadpool movies like the baby leg scene. He's calling it Winnie the Poohing because it's just a shirt and no pants. Deadpool's baby is a Rosemary's Babies joke. That movie's all about her giving birth to the Antichrist, so presumably in that movie, the way they make it look on the poster is that somebody would have given birth to a version of Deadpool, and he would have been the Antichrist of the movie. They actually just parodied something similar during Agatha All Along with the Darkhold to make people think that Agatha lost her son, Nicholas Scratch, because of the Darkhold, but that was a big misdirect. Deadpool Fiction with Nick Fury, because Samuel L. Jackson was one of the main characters in Pulp Fiction, the real version of the movie. Ryan Reynolds in Raging Pool is a Raging Bull Robert De Niro Scorsese reference. In My Dinner with Deadpool is a My Dinner with Andre reference. Great movie if you haven't seen it, but the whole movie is basically the two of them at a restaurant just talking to each other, so it's super low budget. Ryan Reynolds explained this was his pitch to Kevin Feige to make a $4 million Deadpool movie where it's just him in a Deadpool costume talking to someone else across the table for the entire movie. They actually already kind of did a version of this idea in the MCU during the old school Marvel one-shots back in the day. They did one with Coulson and Sitwell called The consultant where they basically talk about getting Thunderbolt Ross to keep the Abomination in prison so that the World Security Council can't force Thunderbolt Ross to put the Abomination on the Avengers Initiative. They agree to send a consultant to meet Thunderbolt Ross and talk about it, which winds up being Iron Man Tony Stark, and it's them connecting back to the Incredible Hulk post-credit scene where he meets Thunderbolt Ross. There was Deadpool The Dark World, where you see him wielding Thor's hammer with Thor's armor over his Deadpool suit on the cover here. It was going to be a frame-for-frame remake of Thor The Dark World, but replacing Thor with Deadpool and other characters. Like, literally just a shot-for-shot recreation of Thor The Dark World. There are a bunch of other versions of the movie that I talked about in my other deleted scenes video. There are like 20 different versions of the movie that he pitched before Kevin Feige finally said yes to one. And he actually revealed that last pitch was the version that we saw in theaters, the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, because all those other pitches were before Hugh Jackman called him to want to be in a movie with him. He actually said when he was prepping his last pitch for Kevin Feige, before Hugh Jackman called him to ask to be in the movie, he said that if that pitch had failed, there would have been no Deadpool 3 for several more years when he would eventually, like many years in the future, come back and try to pitch other versions of the movie. All because he felt like he couldn't figure out a solid enough movie that Kevin Feige would also agree to actually spend money to make until Hugh Jackman called him and said, hey, let me be in the movie, and that became Deadpool and Wolverine. There are a bunch more deleted scenes they just released in that behind-the-scenes featurette. This is the Thor scene where he's trying to find out why Thor is crying. Notice it's not Chris Hemsworth in a motion capture suit filming with him. They just added him later with visual effects. The way that Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy explained this scene during the commentary is they just came up with the pitch for the joke without actually explaining it. They're like, we'll explain why he's crying in a future movie, and that'll probably wind up being Avengers Secret Wars. But they filmed it just wanting to have the funny moment without actually answering why he was crying. In reality, if you had to give an actual answer for why Thor is crying, the idea is that Deadpool probably becomes friends with Thor and winds up sacrificing himself to save Thor, and that's why he's crying over his body. Key being, it looks like he dies, so something really crazy happens to perma-kill him. There are a bunch more deleted scenes and alternate jokes during their fight scene with the car here.
Canadians are supposed to be nice! What go around first like that and I will turn this car around! God, you are such a dick!
I've already talked about a lot of the other alternate versions of Deadpool variants that they didn't do in the movie. One of them includes a Deadpool variant that they were calling Marvel Jesus Deadpool, and he has all the different powers and abilities of all the Avengers, like Iron Man's armor, Thor's hammer, Thor's little wings in his helmet, Captain America's shield, but done with the Deadpool logo on it. He's got Hulk hands, meaning that he has gamma powers, Black Widow's gauntlets, and Hawkeye's bow, and obviously the difference in the blue and red for Captain America's suit. I think that was just meant to pay off the Marvel Jesus joke from earlier in the movie. One of the other big recent reveals that Ryan Reynolds made is that the studio and Kevin Feige are crazy about Channing Tatum's Gambit character now and want to bring him back after seeing him in the movie. For some reason before, Kevin Feige had no intention of bringing Channing Tatum back as Gambit, but Ryan Reynolds sort of willed that into existence now, where Kevin Feige is like, maybe we should actually do more Gambit Channing Tatum in the future. He's actually kind of done that with Wesley Snipes' Blade, too. Originally, Kevin Feige had no plans to do any kind of Wesley Snipes' Blade in the future, but now it sounds like he's actually thinking about doing it. They confirmed a couple big details that I talked about in previous videos. Like, I already did a Ghost Rider video. They confirmed that they did try to get Nicolas Cage, but for some reason it just didn't work out, and he might come back by Secret Wars. So eventually we will see a version of Ghost Rider show up. And the same thing with Ben Affleck's Daredevil. One of the other recent fourth wall breaking jokes they've been releasing with his new promos that he filmed with Blind Out, like new stuff that he filmed as Deadpool with Blind Out, is them watching their own movie together. So it's Blind Out also kind of breaking the fourth wall, but Deadpool in Deadpool and Wolverine, like in the actual movie, does know that he's a fictional character in the middle of making an actual movie. Like, we're making the movie and making fun of the MCU at the same time, and all this other meta stuff going on. They kind of did a version of this Deadpool watches Disney Plus joke with the She-Hulk series too, where she busts out of her own show while it's on Disney Plus on someone's TV. This is kind of like Deadpool's version of that, where he's commenting on his own movie that he just got done making while it's on Disney Plus. Technically, his fourth wall break powers make him one of the most powerful characters inside the entire Marvel multiverse. There are a bunch of other smaller details too, like during Channing Tatum's part of the behind the scenes, he talks more about his version of the Gambit movie as it would have been before Disney bought Fox and they canceled all those projects. He explained why he was so happy in Deadpool and Wolverine because he got to wear the full Gambit comic book armor, but if they had actually made his Gambit movie back in the day when they planned to, he would not have gotten that armor because the movie would have taken place before he joined the X-Men. The original X-Men Apocalypse post-credit scene with Essex Corp was actually meant to set up that Gambit movie because Mr. Sinister was going to be the main villain of that movie. They kind of got into Gambit and Mr. Sinister's history during X-Men 97 Season 1, but only briefly because they kind of sped-run all those different arcs. There are a couple of cool shots of some of the Easter eggs in the background here, like the Fantastic Car, Iron Man Easter eggs on the hood ornament here. It's basically Red Skull's car from the first Captain America movie, hot-rodded to look like Iron Man's hot rod car he was working on in the first Iron Man movie. So like it was pruned from a reality where Iron Man bought Red Skull's car and turned it into his personal car at some point. I already talked about the Stripe helmet in the background during one of my previous deleted scenes videos. If you don't remember Stripe, he's actually a clone of Cable from a distant future, which they also kind of got into during X-Men 97 Season 1 at the very end.
Fucking still in my way.
Stripe stuff in future X-Men 97. Josh Brolin's Stripe would have been really cool during the movie. We get a much better look at the Sentinel boob joke that they have in the movie. That's actually based on a joke from the original Deadpool game, which actually blew it up around the time the first Deadpool movie was coming out. So for those of you that wanted more Easter eggs for the Deadpool game in the Deadpool movies, we actually got a little bit here. They revealed the street that he lives on here, where the Deadpool 4 fight takes place, was referred to when they were making the movie as the New York Street, implying that his Deadpool lives in the New York City of the X-Men universe, which makes sense because the X-Mansion is in upstate New York. Notice there was an alternate joke on the side of the bus here that they eventually replaced with the Stan Lee cameo scene joke. The Get Stuff joke turned into the Stan Lee Steamer Stan Lee joke. There are a bunch of other deleted scenes of Peter here inside the TVA that I talked about in my previous videos too. There was like a completely alternate ending to the movie, which they sound like they cut because it felt redundant. And one of the other cool details from inside Deadpool's apartment here is that you notice that he has a toy Wolverine remote holder that he just keeps around. Like this exists as a piece of X-Men merch inside the X-Men universe. They kind of got into this phenomenon during the MCU movies where the Avengers have become celebrities inside their world. The same thing would be true of the X-Men inside the X-Men universe on their Earth. Like everybody would be buying X-Men merch based on their characters. The follow-up question is, do the X-Men themselves actually earn any money from that merch because of licensing deals? Notice here all these weapons are Blade's different weapons, and you can actually see his sword from the original Blade movies on the wall. He just wasn't using it during the actual final battle, probably because they didn't want him using his sword and Deadpool using his swords at the same time too. So they just wanted to give him a different weapon so that it looked a little bit different on screen. This is meant to be the Excalibur sword from the Eternals movie, but from another universe, pruned to this universe. This looks like a version of the Sword of Might, which actually belongs to Captain Britain from the comics, which would be from some universe. They didn't say which universe it came from, just that it came from another universe and it was pruned to here. One of the other big Easter eggs here, too, is this is meant to be Captain Marvel's table from the Marvels movie in her spaceship. So at some point, a version of Captain Marvel got pruned, sent to the void with her ship, and then died. No idea what she did to actually have to get pruned by the TVA. I think for a while the movie just had many different other cameos they were considering based on what worked out, and at some point a version of her was going to be in the movie, whether or not she was going to be a villain or some other twist on the character. But because there's a billion other Easter eggs and things in the background of all these behind the scenes and deleted scenes, if there's anything that you spotted that I didn't talk about in this video or my previous deleted scenes videos, just write it below in the comments. I'll have to create like a separate playlist just for my deleted scenes videos. I think I've done almost as many deleted scenes videos as I've done regular bonus videos for the movie. Watch me say this, and then like another week or two, Ryan Reynolds will dump like 4 more big deleted scenes. Hashtag release the Reynolds cut. Everybody click here for all those other deleted scenes and Easter eggs, and click here to learn about Denzel Washington joining Black Panther 3. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Can you move, Buster? Damn it, Buster. You're sitting right in my spot.
Okay, well, you want to be right here. There you are. Right up there.
Yeah. You gonna move? No. You don't give a shit.
Just hold old dog. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. There you go. Now you're moving. Now you get it. You're good, buddy. Spoiled. Too spoiled. What the fuck, Buster? We already had to talk about this. You're in my spot again. Woo! Woo! Good boy. Oh, man. Some kind of insane game, boy.
Okay, we're popping off right now. Oh! Oh!
Oh god, not like this.
Oh! Oh! No. Okay, we're popping off right now. Oh! Oh!
Oh god, not like this.
Oh! Oh! No. Okay, we're popping off right now. Oh! Oh!
Oh god.
Gentlemen and female gentlemen, I have fantastic news for all of you. The video we are about to watch is incredibly divisive. My chat is literally fighting each other like dogs in the heat about whether this Brett Cooper person is in fact based or cringe. It is a whole ass war going on in my chat, which is why I am here for it. Am I gonna get canceled? Who cares? It is totally worth it. So she just made a video. The 4B feminist movement has arrived in America. And I am all here for it, because if this is the cringe that I'm expecting, it's the ton of army of women that are basically saying, even elected Trump as a president, we are never going to have sex again. If it's anything, if it's those people, that is literally my favorite new movement. It is literally people Darwining themselves out. They are breeding themselves out. They are removing themselves from the gene pool in the craziest twist of fame of all time. So, here we got the 4B feminist movement by Brett Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a really hot take to tell you, so I'm just gonna let you know this immediately. Whenever I cover gender topics, like really big gender topics, like, you know, women downfalls, which everyone loves a good woman downfall now and again, I always have a woman on screen as my shield. You see, they all ask me, how is it possible that despite all the times people cancel you on Twitter, you never actually stay canceled? This is my secret. I have a shoe on head, or Brett Cooper, or some, I have a secret woman involved. I know that whenever
fuck?
unironically, it's just people sewing their lips to the asshole of the person in front of them in the conga line, just absorbing the shit they spew out to digest it themselves. All of this, honestly, the world is in such a funny, weird state right now that I am literally here to just laugh at the chaos of all of it. I want you to recognize, if you clicked on this video, that this is not, I am not an anti-woman channel. I'm realizing right now that after that whole intro, if you're like a newcomer to the channel, you're gonna listen to me and be like, holy I, in fact, love women. Okay? I even have a podcast with a woman. I have a woman in my life. I have a woman on the screen. Can't hate me if I have a woman on the screen. That's just a fact.
Wave was overturned. Women across the country said that they were swearing off casual. They would be more careful. The men they were sleeping with, they were going to get on birth control as a rebellion. Not really realized.
There's no fucking this is like an age-old new feminist movement. I never even heard of 4D feminism. I was on like 4D chess. It's like feminism that have transcended to the spiritual plane, evolving to a level where they aren't even fighting for equality anymore. They just hate men. Oh wait, that's just modern feminism right now, aren't you?
I think that is kind of the solution to literally everyone's problems. Less casual means fewer babies. You want to abort half the women in America. And now with Trump winning the election in
Oh my god, she literally pulled the ultimate Uno reverse card. It's like, oh, you're upset that Trump is banning abortions? Well then, big up, you're not having sex. No problem, no problem. Who is Brett Cooper? Why am I walking into this? Alright, anyway. I'm just warning you, if you cancel me for reacting to Brett Cooper because he's controversial or something, it will literally only make me react to more Brett Cooper.
America, and half of American women believe that they are being stripped of their rights. They have decided to.
I love watching people talk about it, stripped of their rights. God, it's my new favorite thing. It's my new favorite thing.
Rebel yet again. And at first, this maybe seemed healthy, but then it took a turn for the worse. And we really need to address the 48% of white women who didn't vote for Trump, because I do not think they are okay. Before we dive into the story, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the comment section channel if you've not already, and of course, ring that notification bell to make sure that you stay up to date on all of our episodes. So first,
so we're diving into more election meltdowns.
Oh, there we go. Now you want to fucking work? Ah, that's better.
Oh my god, I'm so ready for it. Oh lord, 4B feminism. Alright.
Paul, I just want to set the scene for you guys, because this is what these women were acting like the day after the election. Just watch.
Alright. The deer running up.
America truly lost a good soldier that day.
10 out of 10, highly recommend finding a quiet place in nature and screaming into the abyss today. And here's another. I'm not speaking to men today.
Honestly, a W for men everywhere. God, I get canceled because do you have any idea how many people are calling me alt-right for laughing at these fucking retards?
If a man speaks to me, I'm not speaking back. Great. Excellent.
God, dude, they're helping the cause. You know how hard it is for men out there these days to find a good woman to just be friendly with and create a relationship with. They are weeding themselves out. This is like an actual W. I don't understand. Do they realize they are helping the men they sought to destroy?
It's hard to believe, but are you aware that nobody gives a shit?
So obviously, they are not doing well in the class. But you know what? Like I said in my episode about why I voted for Trump, they're angry. I understand. They want
So she's like a full-ass politics channel, Brett Cooper.
Kamala to win. It sucks when your candidate does not win. We all went through that in 2020. They are being dramatic, emotional women per usual. We'll just let it.
Did she just say they're being dramatic women per usual? Now, I would never say that as a man who is not a woman. And I find it very difficult to get away with comments like that in this modern landscape. You see, I get canceled basically on a weekly basis for some shit. I can't give them something easy. I can't give them something easy like that. No. I'm not gonna let her say it.
When we all went through that in 2020, they are being dramatic, emotional women per usual. We'll just.
I would never say that personally, due to my immense and bulging, pulsating respect for women. But I can't. Who said it?
Candidate does not win. We all went through that in 2020. They are being dramatic, emotional women per usual. We'll just let it blow over and then we'll...
Oh shit, she's really fucking, oh my god. She goes crazy.
Get back to business. But then they kept going. And next, because they were so angry at men, they started posting about how they wanted to, decenter the patriarchy from their lives. And if men were going to vote to take away their rights to have abortions, which again is not happening, then they were once again swearing off. Wow, what a revolutionary idea.
I've decided that cigarettes don't count today, and...
It's okay. Cancer doesn't count when Trump wins the election.
And I honestly might go get a tattoo. But I also have decided that for the next 4 years, I am going to abstain from schmecks with...
Not schmecks! Oh! If only she would be giving schmecks around.
Men. As a woman, my bodily autonomy matters, and this is my way to exercise sovereignty over that. So I highly encourage any other women that are single, and care about,
Oh god, dude. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm so sorry. I should not be laughing. I am somber. Somber for this dark day about her sovereignty and her authority.
Progressing women's rights and still fighting for bodily autonomy. To do the same. If you need somebody to cuddle or hold your hand or give you a kiss, I bet you one of your girlfriends will do it.
She's literally telling women, listen women, if you want it that badly, become gay. Like, listen women, the ultimate response.
Okay, you don't even have to really be gay, okay? It's okay to have a lot of platonic love for the next 4 years.
I mean, the first thing that comes...
Crazy. That's crazy that people are actually unironically saying this. Like, this isn't just a new generation of, like, femcells. Like, this is insanely unhinged. Like, I would argue that categorizing all men as evil is sexist, but I could be wrong.
What comes to mind is that lesbianism is about to absolutely skyrocket. They are the real ones that will...
What does that mean, skyrocket? Is lesbianism a stock, and where can I invest?
Profiting off of this. But anyway, here is...
They're profiting off of this? That's... What? I would like to sell my Bitcoin, invest it all in lesbianism.
Another one.
All I have to say is good luck getting laid.
Absolutely no problem. It's honestly been kind of a breeze lately, not gonna lie. What can I say? I'm rich, healthy, and what can I say? Doing pretty well in other areas too.
Especially in Florida.
And I said this in a previous episode, but women are going around screeching this online. Not every man...
I am literally gonna go to Florida, just have sex to prove you wrong. Huge nuts W, the flex never ends. Big nuts-ator moment.
And is only considered with getting laid. So, good luck to you. Probably better that you're staying abstinent. That is a good thing for you mentally, not all men.
Do you realize that they are literally promoting conservatism? Like, by the literal meaning of the word conservative, they are promoting it. But so also, let me get this straight. The conservatives are like, don't have sex out of relationships. And then the response is, oh yeah? Well, we're not going to have sex out of relationships. Like, I'm failing to see the problem. I'm very confused.
This girl posted another video that was very similar. She said, if men won't respect our bodies, they don't get access to our bodies. Hey.
Dude, I love how these women are literally defining themselves as sex objects while simultaneously talking about how their rights are important. Like, how am I the only one that is seeing the absolute dog shit downfall of the fucking country right now? Oh god, it's so fun. We need time for American women to participate in our own 4B movement. God, I'm sorry. We're doing a definition search here. 4B feminism. I just want to know what it is. Alright? I just want to know. It's the 4B movement. Alright, the 4B, or 4 No's, is a radical feminist, even Wikipedia is calling it radical, holy shit. It's a radical feminist movement that emerged in South Korea during the mid to late 2010s on Twitter and on the website Womad. Okay? They refer to it being 4 tenets, which they all start with the Korean language by, roughly meaning no. Its proponents do not date, get married, have sex, or have children with men. So that's 4B, the 4 buys. Buy is no in Korean. So, the 4 no's. Don't get married, don't date, don't have sex, don't have children. Feminism, what the fuck? This is insane. Oh my god. Like, they're actual incels. Like, this is actual femcells. Like, I am so confused. Like, they are literally becoming the things that they hate about men.
Why?
4B for poor bitches.
This is actually a good thing. You're abstaining from because you do not want to risk getting pregnant with somebody that you're not ready to start a family with. You don't want.
Politics is an actual full circle, all right? You got the incredible hardcore right-wing guys that are like, do not have sex out of wedlock, and then the hardcore left-wing women that are literally going full circle, not having sex out of wedlock. Are we acknowledging the fact that all these circles are starting to make us swear? Like, this is amazing.
Want to sleep with a man who does not respect your body? Lady, like, keep it up. This is...
Yeah, don't sleep with men that don't respect your bodies is generally a good course of action having absolutely nothing to do with orange Trump.
Fantastic. This is exactly what you should be doing. I know the...
It's like, yes, because of the orange retard, we will no longer be selling ourselves for sex with people that have no respect for us. What the fuck is going on with society? 4B for 4 brain cells? This is insane!
Do you think that this is some sort of protest? Come on, you are literally helping everyone. Some guy tweeted and said, women on here are threatening to stop having couples and warning us that they'll start making sure their partners align with their values. How is the entire culture fixing itself in this one event? I can't explain it. Someone commented and said, every few years the feminists reinvent traditional values and act like they discovered electricity.
I'm waiting for Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head, can you please make a video about this? I would really appreciate it. Okay? I really want to appreciate this. It's like Trump literally got whores to stop whoring themselves out. Like, I don't even understand. Like, this is actually insane. It's like, without, it's not like he's banning women from, you know, sleeping around, but somehow, just his presence alone has caused this shit. Like, I don't understand. Like, is this spiritual pressure really that strong? What the fuck is going on? This is crazy!
I 100% agree, but the thing is, this never sticks. Another person commented and said, am I the only one who remembers 2016? This has happened before, and the women did not, in fact, fix themselves. Yeah, they tried this in 2016, and after the high of the attention wore off and everyone moved on, they went back to normal. They tried after Roe v. Wade was overturned, and guess what? That did not stick either. And they're doing this so that they can get attention and feel that moral superiority that they so desperately require.
I mean, again, the reason why I have such a good time making fun of all the meltdowns that happen on social media is because if you, again, I don't really care about your political leanings. If you voted for Trump, respect. If you didn't vote for Trump, respect. I don't really care. I don't give a shit about the normal humans out there. I only give a shit about the fucking insane people. The people that feel the need to virtue signal by recording their meltdowns and posting them on social media for sympathy. It's those people that make me fun. And I want to be clear here with my messaging. I like chaos a lot, and it's fun. It's fun to laugh at bad situations. I think that whenever something really bad and crazy and dumb happens, it's so much healthier to just laugh at the shit than actually cry about it. Because those are going to be your two options every time.
He might be thinking right now, okay, Brett, you know, it's ending here, they're going to do this, they'll move on in a few months, but no.
Well, maybe, but no. There's no way this is going to last for a single one of these people.
I mean, maybe they realize that they can't do the same thing they've done 2 other times before, so now they're actually adopting something that we've talked about in previous episodes.
Oh god, they're evolving! They're evolving!
This is the Korean 4B movement, and this is why...
Oh my god, they're actually taking the Korean 4B movement.
I'm so excited to do this episode because I love when things overlap and we can do like a callback to another episode, but basically TLDR.
Is she like a conservative shoe on head? Is that like her shtick? What is happening?
Feminism is rampant in South Korea. They're
They've evolved. There's a higher level of feminism, ladies and gentlemen.
birth rate is plummeting, nobody's getting married, nobody's having babies, and feminists really made this worse by creating the 4B movement, which means no sex with men, no dating, no marriage, and no children. And many of these women make that their full-time job, so they can also add no money to the list. They literally...
What the fuck? Wait. I didn't expect to get a South Korea deep dive here. Wait, what?
Many of these women make that their full-time job, so they can also add no money.
How is that a job? What? Wait, what? How is it a full-time job to not have sex? I am so confused. If having sex, you could argue, is a full-time job. Not having sex or dating, how on earth is that a full-time job?
to the list. They literally mooch off of their fathers, which just makes it even more comical. Anyway, women in America have adopted this movement. Here's a few headlines. No dating, no marriage, no children. Interest grows in the 4B movement to square off men. Boycott men. South Korea's 4B movement gains traction in the U.S. after Trump's win. Trump's election has women squaring off with men.
The articles are actually calling it the 4B movement.
The thing is, guys, American women couldn't just stop there. They needed to feel special. They needed to do something that was unique and just a little bit different. So they decided to start shaving their head.
They're literally going to path of religious extremism. It's crazy. What do radical feminists and religious extremists have in common? They both don't have sex and shave their heads. Like, we are actually living in clown world. We are living in clown. I'm loving it. Dude, I'm telling you, man, I love the chaos. It is so fun.
To put their own spin.
Oh my
God,
there's no
just
way.
watch.
Just woke up this morning feeling spicy. You guys feel spicy? Because I do. Alright. I don't know how to use this thing.
My favorite thing is that she keeps trying and it never works.
She can't even cut her own hair properly. Oh. Even normal religion, they don't have sex till marriage. Yeah, but they don't shave their heads.
And all the things that the patriarchy wants us to be.
The patriarchy wants her hot, and she is opting out, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, March of the Gladiator, she is doing what no woman has done before. This is fucking crazy. We are witnessing actual mental illness right here.
To you too, those of you ladies who have...
Like, dude, she is weaponizing retardation. What is going on? I am so confused. And by the way, I would say differently. You know, if we take this moment to address this in a different way, Red Cooper, if you were watching this video, I demand that future iterations of watching women shave their heads, we call them Joe Rogan cosplayers. Because I think that would be very funny. Also, it's very funny that she can't successfully shave her hair. But we have to call them all Joe Rogan cosplayers. They're all just bald white women. They are literally cosplaying Joe Rogan.
The internalized misogyny required to do what you do.
Thank you.
Ladies who are so scared of a woman in power that you'd rather cozy up to the white man just in case some crumbs fall off his plate.
Wait, she thinks that Latinos voted for Trump out of fear of a woman being in power. She is really saying that Latinos are more sexist than they want to have rights. Like, bro, you can't make this is like actual insanity, right?
So that's the only reason I voted for Trump then, because I have internalized misogyny. I'm so afraid of a woman of color being in office, and I want some crumbs from Donald Trump. Give me a break. You know what I mean?
No, she's right. You're wrong. Sorry, Brett Cooper. She just exposed you. Over. This internalized misogynist over here.
Even trying to understand why 52% of women just like you voted for Donald Trump. You don't even want to think about it. You just want to shave your...
Because the internalized misogyny, it answers all the questions. Don't ask, you stupid woman. You're just a woman. Well, what do you know, woman? You have internalized misogyny. You're literally driving blind right now. Wow, this is crazy, man.
Head and move on and say F this, which she continues to do throughout the entire video until the end.
Stop having sex with men. Stop talking to men.
She gave up on this shaver because she couldn't get it to work. Alright, I'm very excited for the next stage of 4B feminism. After they shave their hair, and the next attention whore is going to go out there and be like, today we are lobotomizing ourselves because we don't want to let ourselves be there for the man.
And divorce your husband, or leave your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's definitely a good one. Divorce your husband, that'll give you a good life.
Friends, leave that. They don't give a shit about you.
You do realize that 52% of white women voted for Trump, right?
And I promise you, come over to this side. I will bake cookies. I will shave your head if you want me to.
Aww, it's so nice! Dude, this is such golden content. I'm so happy we watched this video. Sorry to have the chat that wanted to cancel me, but let's go.
How did we go from Britney Spears shaving her head to that being like, oh my gosh, she's really having a mental breakdown, to now this being some kind of female empowerment rallying cry?
Wait. What was that video? Hold on.
Gosh, she's really having a mental breakdown, to now this being some kind of female empowerment rallying cry.
Yo, what was that? Bro, it's like, listen, if I can't whore myself, I'll attention whore myself.
That would happen 20 years ago, and what we all thought about it. Like, how has this changed so quickly? Now, I know that there is a real psychological term for this, but this entire thing just screams...
Yeah, there is a psychological term, and I hate to say it, but it's called retardation. Yes, not the slur. I'm not referring to it as a slur. I have nothing but respect for disabled people. I don't refer to that is not a slur. That is a diagnosis.
I'm unhappy, I'm insecure, and I want other people to feel as unhappy and insecure as I do. Like, she's literally urging women to leave their husbands, to leave their boyfriends, to be single and happy like her. I mean, she'll bake you cookies, she'll cuddle you. You just need to leave men and shave your heads and not be hot and skinny, because obviously all of that is terrible. I'm sorry, just watch. Come with me to shave my head.
Oh my god, it actually became a trend. Come with me to shave my head and deconstruct internalized patriarchy. She is literally destroying the white man at the top of the food chain by shaving her hair.
Deconstruct internalized patriarchy. Great. You're so brave. Stunning and brave. I mean, girl bossing to the max. Here's another. And this is the only thing we have.
The only thing we have left to control ourselves is shaving their hair. Bro, you are not in Game of Thrones, okay? Bro, Trump was president for 4 years, and he didn't fucking shave your heads. What are you talking about? Bro did not bring back slavery in 2016, okay? Like, I understand not liking the guy for a myriad of reasons, but oh my god! This is like a cry for help. Like, this is a mental illness. God, I love the chaos.
We have left to control ourselves.
Wow.
You're so dramatic. And then what is...
You tell her, woman. Yes, yes, yes!
This person in the back hiding your face.
Look at this person in the back, dude! They're dressed like the freaking Squid Game. Goddamn, the Squid Game guards. The Mr. Beast crew.
You're cosplaying as oppressed. Hiding somebody's face. You're sitting there, you're so soft. There are literally women across the world who are getting married off at 9 years old. Those are living girls that are getting married.
Holy shit, bro! Oh my god, imagine cosplaying as an oppressed person to fight against oppression. Who cosplays oppression? That's exactly what she was doing. Like, there is no other explanation for what's going on here and why the person in the bag is wearing the hoodie and all that shit. Oh my god, this is actual cosplaying oppression. And I thought saying cosplaying Joe Rogan was like a good burn. Oh my god, no shot, that is exactly what's happening. And this is her showing that she has control. Like, bro, do you really think people are gonna have pity for you? Do you really think that this is helping your movement? That people are going to see this and be like, wow, this is a rational woman. We should definitely listen to what she's saying.
Literally women across the world who are getting married off at 9 years old. Those are living girls that are getting married off to middle-aged men at 9 years old.
Yeah, there's pretty fucking crazy shit going on in the world. Cosplaying as an oppressed woman in a free country is kind of wild.
Years old. Women who are literally publicly executed because they show their hair in public. Women who...
True, that happens. That happens.
Cannot get medical attention. Women who cannot go to school. And you're sitting here on your little TikTok app, shaving your head because you want to seem like you're oppressed, because that gives your life value. That.
As a advocate for women everywhere, I stand by everything that this woman just said.
Is what all of this is. Why are all of these middle-aged women, again, like, they seriously scream,
oh, yeah, this is what we needed. We needed some professional yapping happening. God damn!
To feel important and relevant again, and I need to make other women, especially young women, feel as miserable as me. Like,
that's what it is. It's all about wanting attention, wanting to spreading the misery. Everybody wants to hear my misery. Spread the sympathy. Everybody wants to hear. It's crazy, man. It is wild. People want to share the misery around. People want other people to be as miserable. People want to make other people's lives feel bad and impact them that way.
Yeah.
And this is how they feel important. This is how they feel heard. And it's wild to see. You guys suck, honestly.
Like this poor girl. Like, what is this actually doing?
Oh, I'll tell you what it's doing. It's gonna help her keep 4B feminism's doctrines a little better.
Literally is doing nothing. And all of these feelings of anger at
the Joe Rogan cosplay. They're such a fan that Trump became president. They're shaving their hair in solidarity with Joe Rogan. I think that's what it is. I think you're looking at this the wrong way, Brett Cooper. I'm sorry. You're just a woman speaking in your emotional tongue, as women do. Am I allowed to say that if I'm reacting to conservative YouTube channel? I don't know, whatever. Editor, cut it out. Editor, cut it out. You know, honestly, editor. Yeah, no, but the point is, this is all just Joe Rogan cosplay, alright? Y'all are just haters. She's actually a Trump supporter. She's so happy Trump won. She is shaving her hair off to cosplay Joe Rogan. That's my interpretation.
And frustration and insecurity.
And being that it's art, I have the right to an explanation, okay?
You're probably heightened because So many stunning, beautiful women all over this same app.
And ugly women. See, as an advocate of women in general, both beautiful women and ugly women sometimes act retarded.
Celebrating Trump's win. They're celebrating their vote for Trump. Like, these videos are literally all over my For You page.
Yeah, well, your For You page, because let's be real, we know what you watch on, we know what you're watching on TikTok. But, 62% of white women voted for Trump. Duh.
This was right after he won. Here's another one. This absolutely beautiful.
Wait, is the argument that she's making that beautiful women are all happy Trump won and ugly fat women are the ones that are shaving their heads because Trump lost? Is that the Brett Cooper analysis? The totally not biased, absolutely not just taking a tiny research? That's the analysis here? Oh my god! See, this is why we react to women making fun of women. It is literally my safety net. She has the right to say these things. I do not.
Adorable mom. And she's precious. This is the other side of the internet right now. But I don't need to spend any more time showing you guys those videos because we literally did an entire episode about these women last week. But women moved right for Trump this year. White women specifically moved plus 11 points for Trump. So all of this head shaving, all of this drama, it is a desperate cope.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing.
It is a way to feel...
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was probably my second favorite musical I've heard in the last week or so. You know, let me show you my favorite ever musical. This one's a banger, honestly. This one's so good. I'm terrified. The main problem with this epic metal soundtrack, here I thought Ursula from Little Mermaid is a fictional character. Yeah, so the only thing that would make this better is if she would have shaved her head. Then I would have been like, yes, yes!
Feel like they have some control over their lives, that they can stay relevant, they can bring other women down since they're probably angry that so many of us very happily voted for the Donald. I mean, they are desperate to hold on to this idea.
Bro, the Donald.
Yeah, that they are so oppressed enough to fight back, but you're literally not. The Rally Girl on X put it well when she said, you live in the land of the free. With privileges that you take for granted, you are not oppressed. Do you know what real oppression is? Women in Afghanistan have...
I really hate when everyone makes this analogy. It's like when someone is upset that something happens and like the argument is like, but you fool, don't you know that something so much worse than this is literally happening somewhere else in the world? It's like, yes, I know, but at the same time, it's like, well, when you order food at a restaurant, you're like, oh, hey, can I please have a burger, but make sure to hold the lettuce because I don't like lettuce, and then they bring you the burger and it had lettuce, and you're like, hey, I asked for a burger without lettuce, and then the waiter is like, you're literally gonna complain about having lettuce in your burger when there are children in Africa literally dying of hunger right now? Like, I feel like that's not always a great response.
Have no voice. They are forbidden from going to school, visiting places of worship, going to gyms, salons, or even national parks. They can't work. They can't leave their homes without a man present or even choose their own clothing. Their basic rights and safety are literally under threat every single day of their lives. They do not have the freedom to leave an abusive situation. Meanwhile, some liberals in America are shaving their heads to make a point. Did you think about donating that hair to Locks of Love? Do you...
Oh my god!
You realize that you're trivializing the experiences of women with cancer and alopecia.
Okay, it's not trivializing women with cancer, I think. I mean, that's going too far. I do think they're insane and unhinged people, and definitely deserve to be publicly shamed and made fun of. But that's taking it far.
You rail against the system, yet it's because of capitalism and your right to free speech that you can vent on social media and even profit from it. Real feminists do not stand for this. Women who truly care about rights don't stand for this. The 4B movement is a mockery of the real horrors that women worldwide are facing. It is embarrassing, and it's tone deaf.
Yeah, it's definitely really cringe. I really 100% think it's amazingly cringe. Again, this isn't necessarily an argument type that I like. I like good logical debates and stuff as much as I like just shit flinging. I have a fun time in both of those areas. Both logic and shit are two of my favorite genders these days. But I do have to say that I don't know. This is not an argument that I personally like. I think it's humiliating and embarrassing. It's tone deaf in many ways, but it's like, it's a whataboutism that, oh yes, but you have privilege that you take for granted. I think it's worth making fun of them that they claim that they lost their rights when obviously they have more rights than anyone basically in the world. It's kind of ironic that is an entire argument. But this is just a real ass long holy shit of a post.
And I completely agree with that. This impacted none of us other women in the slightest. Like, other than us seeing your video and going, ooh, okay.
I disagree. It impacted me. I think I speak for all women when I say that when I see those videos of women shaving their heads, it doesn't make me go, okay? It's like, yeah, more of these, baby! Let's go! More meltdowns! Listen, some people thrive for other people to live happy lives. I thrive for the ludicrous ones to at least be shown to me.
Hey, that is a bit much, maybe laughing at it did not impact us. Men do not care, we don't care.
I care. I enjoy it. I make money out of it. Content is great.
But you know who does care? Well, like this poster just said, the women around the world who have lost their hair, whether that be to cancer or alopecia or maybe...
I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I'm very lucky and fortunate that I don't have cancer. I don't have alopecia, so I don't know what is going through people's heads when they see that. I imagine when people shaving their head, like, to look ugly for men, and then it turns out people have cancer and don't have hair because they're on chemo. Like, they're basically being called ugly and unwanted. That's definitely probably a pretty shitty thing to feel like. But yeah, I definitely get that point. That was probably an L take of mine earlier when I said that people probably don't care about that. I can definitely see people caring about that.
It's fallen out due to the stress in their lives. That is who you've impacted. You are so focused on being martyrs and making yourself ugly to men that you haven't stopped to think about what that means for men who can't have the hair that you're buzzing off. Are you saying they are...
Yeah, it's an argument. Listen, I definitely know it's an argument. My mom had cancer. She went through chemo. She lost her hair, and she was not very happy about that, to be honest. But again, I wonder what she would feel like if I showed her these videos of women shaving their hair. My guess is she would just laugh at them for being stupid. Like, that's her personality. But, I don't know. Maybe some people would actually get offended by this kind of thing. I don't know. I just think it's stupid. Like, okay, I don't want to make any broad statements here, but I will anyway. I would rather have alopecia or have my hair lost than have the mental illness that caused them to shave their heads.
Unattractive and that men don't like them because they're bald? I mean, cute, but I will let these women speak for themselves.
I am not part of this trend.
Like, people think that there are part of the trend. That's a whole other story. Oh my god. Oh my god. Revenge of the anti-woke.
Stop. Stop. There are people that have lost their hair, like me, and it has been devastating. You guys claim to be so caring and kind, but look what you're doing. You guys are not realizing that you are triggering people that have lost their hair, that have cancer.
God damn.
Shaving your head because you think you've lost your rights, you didn't lose your rights.
God damn! Dude, these people need to fucking get a reality check.
Good job, assholes.
I mean, could not have said it better myself. Here's another woman that posted this week. She did one of those TikTok slideshows, and she said, to the women shaving their heads for the 4B movement, you say that you're shaving your head so that men won't want you. But does that mean that men wouldn't want women that have struggled with hair loss due to alopecia or chemo? Your actions are very selfish, and it's only affecting women that have struggled with hair loss. Should we not be able to feel loved by a man? Should men not want us because we're bald? Being bald is a bad thing, and it's really aggravating me. People make fun of bald people on a daily basis, yet don't want to be made fun of for being overweight, ugly, etc. I have fought too long and hard to normalize bald women. Us women with hair loss don't take your words kindly, and in fact, you're definitely making it harder for us to feel loved. So please, before you go shave your head, think of the women who have went through traumatic experiences losing their hair. Learning how to love ourselves again, allowing others to love us, and actually feeling loved by others. Y'all are undoing the work that bald women have worked so hard on. Who are you?
Wait a second, is it just me, or is the right-wing person being nice and accepting and not triggering, whereas it's the insane whack job fucking, what do they call them? The wokies, brokies, those guys that are actually triggering people? Damn! Can I just take this moment to recognize the fact that this is a massive dub for men everywhere for literally not getting involved in this shit whatsoever? I just think that this is a big dub. Huge dub for men. Huge dub for men. We just take this moment to thank men. Shout out to men around the world. Alright? God, no one can cook women like women can, which is why we're here. We are here. We are the only channel on the planet that has the balls to be operated by a dude and literally just be women versus women content. Let's freaking go.
Usual, the party of political correctness and inclusivity and moral superiority finds a way to belittle and trash a group of people that actually deserves love and deserves inclusion so that they can feel important. And that's really all this is. You want attention and you want to feel important. So here you go. Here's 15 minutes of attention for you. I hope you realize you are acting like ridiculous entitled pricks.
For some reason, I don't think that this is what they wanted at all. This is so confusing. I think that they wanted validation, not just insults and criticism. Or maybe they're all actually secretly masochists and they're getting exactly what they wanted. Damn. It's like women, and then you show like this actual war. It's like, women, how dare you woman this much? And they're like, well, we are womaning right now. God, you women are womanizing each other. And then you have men out there. Yes, brother, let's play Warhammer 40k. Yes, brother, for the Emperor. And Vizino's brother. Yes, brother. Men dub, women L. It happens. It's rare, but it happens. Worth it.
Of attention for you. I hope you realize you are acting like ridiculous entitled pricks.
That is.
I hope you guys enjoyed that episode of the comment section.
Yeah, that was awesome. I love that. To everyone that said that I shouldn't react to Brett Cooper, I think that you totally don't understand my ability to hold my own in the marketplace of ideas. Not fully falling into the rabbit hole of ideology. I can just simply be here and watch woman-on-woman violence the way every man likes to do secretly, but doesn't like to say that they do. That sounded wrong. Editor, clean up this whole video. Take out any... Editor, protect me. Editor, please! Thank you so much for being here. Hope you enjoyed it. Definitely subscribe for more woman-on-woman blood sports commentary. That's what I do here. Stay weird, fan. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fan.
I'm going to save Disney. Yeah, that's hilarious.
So as we all saw last week, Hollywood, and especially Disney, is having to face quite a big slap in the face and undergo a massive cultural restructuring, as they have been shown to no longer hold the same power that they used to just a few years ago. And whether you are happy with the election result or not, one thing we can all agree on is that Hollywood and Disney Avengers endorsements no longer mean a damn thing.
Hi, you guys. Hi, Avengers.
What? Hey, Scarlet.
Jumping on the call.
Whoa. I think you mean assembling.
And one major player behind Hollywood's cultural downfall has been Elon Musk, as in the last 2 years he has made it his mission to shake up the media and cultural landscape, and his mission has clearly worked to full effect, with X being the #1 ranked media company over the election period, and clearly proved to hold more power than Hollywood and legacy media. But it now seems that his mission doesn't just end with X alone, as there are numerous reports suggesting that he's also looking to enter Hollywood and giving that a massive shake-up as well, as it was just 1 year ago that he was at an event with the Disney investor Nelson Peltz, where he suggested that he's looking into possibly purchasing the studio.
Just here with friends, thinking about companies to acquire. Whoa!
Then it was shortly after that event that he personally attacked Bob Iger at a summit, where Bob Iger himself was in the audience.
There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
Stop. Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
So if somebody's gonna try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. But go yourself. Is that fair? I hope it is. Hey Bob, if you're in the audience.
Then he funded 2 legal actions against the company of Disney, with one being a massive lawsuit with Gina Carano, which is shaping up to result in a big victory for her in court, with Kathleen Kennedy possibly having to testify in court as well. But now we are seeing new reports suggesting that Elon Musk may have offered $50 billion to purchase a Disney theme park. And another article also quoting him saying that he would definitely purchase a large share of the studio if the right structure was in place. And so while nothing here is set in stone, and these are all just reports and quotes, his actions over the last year suggest that this is a real possibility moving forward, and when you listen to the way that he talks about Twitter and the current media landscape, he really does take mass media reform very seriously.
I mean, this is going to sound somewhat melodramatic, but I was worried about that it was having a corrosive effect on civilization. That it was just having a bad impact. I think part of it is that it's where it was located, which is downtown San Francisco. And while I think San Francisco is a beautiful city, and we should really fight hard to kind of right the ship of San Francisco. If you walk around downtown San Francisco, right near the FK Twitter headquarters, it's a zombie apocalypse. I mean, it's rough. Have you ever been in that area?
Not lately. No.
Yeah.
I've heard.
It's crazy.
I've heard it's crazy. I've heard you really can't believe it until you actually go there.
You can't believe it until you go there. So now you have to say, well, what philosophy led to that outcome? And that philosophy was being piped to Earth. So, a philosophy that would be ordinarily quite niche and geographically constrained, so that sort of the fallout area would be limited, was effectively given an information weapon.
And this quite evidently extends to Disney and Hollywood too. And his actions through his lawsuits against Disney may suggest that he's hurting their brand and lowering the company's stock so that he can take over the company at a good price. And it's not just him doing it apparently, as there are also reports of Apple also looking to capitalize on the failing brand of Disney, as they are also apparently interested in purchasing the studio too.
Bob Iger might want to sell Disney to Apple. In a move worthy of HBO's TV show hit Succession, Disney announced late on Sunday that Bob Iger is replacing Chapek as CEO. Chapek was the CEO of Disney for nearly 3 years. He was Iger's pick for the job when he retired from his tenure as CEO, and Iger's new mission is to find another replacement. But Disney's insiders now claim that Iger's ultimate goal might be to sell the company, with Apple being the most likely buyer. We have seen speculation in the past that either Disney or Apple would be interested in such a deal. Previously, Iger noted that Steve Jobs was a close friend. A Disney-Apple merger might have been on the table if it weren't for Jobs' ultimately death in 2011. With Iger's return to Disney, insiders are already speculating that his mission might be to sell the company, and the Apple's name is popping up again. One such insider talked to Ramp, saying that Iger will sell the company. This is the pinnacle deal for the ultimate deal maker, the unnamed insider claimed. This is not verified. Nobody knows. Can it happen? Tom, what are your thoughts on the story?
Well, I think what's going on is it has to happen. What you have to do is don't think of Disney as a content company right now. Think of it as an entertainment company. So, and they have all these legs of entertainment. They got the theme parks, they make their own movies, but they've also know that the control has shifted because all the expensive infrastructure guys are going bankrupt, right? And whether it be DirecTV, whether it be Dish, or delivering hard cable. All of that is a losing business. Over the top is everything.
So clearly there are a lot of powerful players who believe that the studio of Disney and Hollywood itself needs a massive reform. And whether you agree with that sentiment or not, the reality that we've been shown over the last few weeks is that most people agree, as people have expressed concern over Hollywood persecuting its own